Assalamu alaikum. How's everybody? Sorry about the sound in the background. Got noise from music and from ducks, geese. Anyhow, it's a beautiful evening out here. Walking through the park. Alhamdulillah. It's not hot. It's a little bit cool, but not too cold. All right. Alhamdulillah. Well, people, if anyone's there, it's good to see you again. And if you're new, welcome. What else? Oh yeah, something I need to remember to do. What's that? Let me post the link. There it is. Whoever wants to join, just click that link. Anybody knows what the news is today? Anybody check the papers? If you can hear me, type 1. If you can't hear me, you can't type anything because you won't know what I'm saying. Lala Chowdhury. Nice question. Why are you a Madkhali reactionary? Lala Chowdhury. Am I a Madkhali? That's really the appropriate question. It's like you've determined that I am. You've made that decision. And we've propositioned it as though it's true. Where's your proof? Provide your dalil. Otherwise, I apologize and retract. Okay, reactionary. You possess great knowledge, but it will be to no avail. Bro, I don't know. I possess any knowledge. And now I know who you are, Lala Chowdhury. Okay? I know exactly who you are from that comment. Bro, what kind of a fake account name is that? It's good though. I would never suspected you with that name. Anyhow. Asirun fi dunya says salam. Salam to you. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam, everybody. So Asirun says reactionary isn't Madkhali, he just doesn't takfir MBS. Okay, so it's like that's a pillar of Islam, is it? To do takfir of MBS, of one specific individual. And if I make takfir of him, what happens next? Tell me the next thing I need to do. Do I need to then do ghusl or hajj? Like, what do I do? Make takfir of MBS and then what? Or is that the shahada? You say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. And then you say, an MBS is blah, 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 blah. Sounds like a bid'ah to me. Okay, interesting. What's the topic today? Yeah, no, I just didn't have one, sorry. I was hoping you could give me a topic. I'm just going for a walk and I just wanted a bit of company. Okay. Sirun fi dunya says, it's not a pillar of Islam, obviously, but many madkhalis don't make takfir on him. So it's indirectly used as a differentiation category between those of Salafi manhaj and Athari aqidah. Okay. Do you know the process of making takfir? Is there a procedure or a set of steps to follow? Thank you, Asiran, for accompanying me on my walk through the park. Although I haven't got far to go. I've already done one lap. Just going to do another. I'm about midway through the second. Yeah. It's a beautiful evening. What's going on anyway in the dunya? Anything of note? I don't read the news and I don't watch it. What I'd like to do is, open up the papers and see what they're talking about. But if I do that, you won't hear me because I've switched browser on my phone. Hey, Mohammed Hamdan, how you doing, brother? Asirun fi dunya, okay? Attempting to answer my question. It says, yeah, you need to go through the conditions and preventions of takfir and establishing the hujjah. Good point, Asirun. So then my question to you is, if those are the steps to walk through, whose job is it to walk through those steps? Whose job is it to make takfir? Is it for every single Muslim on planet Earth to do that? Or is it for the scholars to do that? Is it for a judge, a group of individuals? Like, whose responsibility is it to do that? I'd like to know the answer to that question. Why are you walking at this time of the night in the park? It's dangerous. Well, it wasn't late when I started. Yes, I suppose anything can be dangerous, right? I find it less dangerous. It's quieter in the evening. In the daytime, there's too much noise, too much traffic, too many people. In the evening, you could just chill. All right, Asirun, react. It is the job upon anyone who can understand and know what kufr is. It isn't specifically for the ulama alone. When we see a clear-cut kufr, we make takfir on that act. Okay. All right. I've got a question for you then. If a whole group of people have studied Islam their whole lives and are qualified at the highest levels of Islam in judgment, in jurisprudence, and so on, and they know an individual by name, they can speak to the person one-to-one. Now, if they haven't made takfir, well, the question is, who's more qualified to make the takfir, them or me? That's a good question. Because I'm looking from a distance without speaking to somebody. I'm just seeing one perspective. I don't know what's really going on. Okay, unfortunately, says Asirun, many takfiri people have misunderstanding on bara' and make takfir emotionally. However, ruling without the law of Allah is an act of kufr. Okay, fair point. Touché. Then my next question is, out of all the people in the dunya who may be ruling other than by Allah's law, am I only required to examine the case of MBS? Should I not also examine the case of my parents or your parents? Is their case not important? Is only MBS? Answer that question. Uncle Yezi says, man, like reactionary, having his daily walks and that, yeah, big up. I think, what's it called, Uncle Yazid? I must have been talking to Waiso, and he was recalling and reminiscing over the days when we used to have our late night discussions. So it was a good chat. What else we got? Team Islam. Your parents aren't rulers. My parents aren't rulers. Okay. Now that statement, does that comply with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's teachings? Is the man not the ruler of his home? We're all rulers, but on different levels, right? I might be the ruler in my company. You might be the ruler in your bedroom. Or you might be aren't you the ruler over your family, your wife and kids? So there's different levels of rulership, but we're all rulers and we're all responsible. And it's a lot easier to make this call of kufr on a simple example rather than a complicated one. So isn't it just and fair that we look at others too? And also, I mean, on top of that, MBS isn't the only ruler, if you want to use that understanding of the word ruler. There are other rulers. Why do we focus on one man? Answer that, please, Mr. Islam, or Team Islam, sorry. Where so religious says, I haven't recorded us. Not recorded, recalled or reminisced, should I say. So why so? My bad. I have to speak more clearly. I was trying to, bring some sort of level of peace or compassion, not what's the word? Not reconciliation, but bond building between you. Yeah, that's all. What's next? What Uncle Yassi says, we finished why so? And in answering my question, he says, your parents rule you though. Yes, of course, our parents rule us. Parents are shepherds of the family. Good answer, Uncle Yazid. Yeah, I'm impressed. Citizen Khan is a ruler too. Team Islam. Suspicious Soul says, be the change that you want to see in the world. Make that change. Okay, whoever's posting the black flags, sorry, I need to time you out. Okay. I don't want any sort of illegal issues happening here. All right, what's next? Why so religious says, Uncle Yazid, I'm sure you haven't done anything to me. Still here, embarrassing Muslims. Farida says, reactionary, good point. There's different matters with different arguments or different judgments. UAE opened an Israeli embassy. Oh my gosh, do you know what I saw today, Uncle Yazid? I saw an article that says the Emirates Airlines and what's the Israeli one? El Al? I think it's called El Al. They've signed a new agreement for code sharing. For those who don't know what code sharing is, let's say I want to travel to the United States from the UK. I can fly with British Airways, or I can fly with American Airlines. Now, what these airlines sometimes do is they'll advertise each other's flights. So if I book with American Airlines, but the flight is actually flown by British Airways, I can use my American Airlines ticket on British Airways. It's the same thing. That's called code sharing. And so what we have is Emirates Airlines has agreed to code share with Israel, with Tel Aviv or El Al. Bruv, it's like full steam ahead. You go from 1 minute claiming to be like open enemies with Israel, but you don't let anybody into your country who has an Israeli visitor stamp in their passport, to now becoming best buddies or bosom buddies. What do you think of that? I opened an Israeli embassy today. Well, that Israeli embassy is nothing really. I don't mind them opening an Israeli embassy. They're building the world's biggest Hindu temple with, I don't know how many hundreds of idols it's going to have. That's what they're building in the Emirates. I think it's in Abu Dhabi. Can you believe it? The world's biggest Hindu temple will be La ilaha illallah. What, bruv? We Muslims, we've been abandoned in this dunya. Right? Muslims in the West, in particular, we've got nobody looking out for our interests. Yeah. Anyhow, Uncle Yazid, which account did I embarrass you on? That says Waisa. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading some of the older comments. Simple Being says, why so weird? Why so says, Muslims have so many different accounts. I only have one. Who really won? Simple says, ask why so about his beliefs. No, you're welcome to ask him. Right? Me and him have had quite a few conversations, so you're welcome to ask him. Uncle Yazid says, yeah, that video, whoever hasn't seen Uncle Yazid's recent video, you can check it out on his channel. That's what he's referring to in his last comment. Okay. There we go. Waiso says, I have been on here. I've been on here for 5 years. I have videos about my worldviews, spoken on panels about it. Not my fault if you are new to this and don't know things about me. How's my impression, Waiso? Do you like that? I thought that wasn't too bad. 2030 Saudi version synagogue. Okay, says Pakistan went and built the largest Sikh temple. Oh my god, la ilaha illallah. You know what? You know what's ridiculous? You see what's happening, right? I guess it's complicated. It's Pakistan. They need some sort of tourism industry, don't they? They need the tourism industry. And who are they going to target? I guess they got one option. They could target all the kuffar, just like what the Gulf states are doing, you know, by inviting them to luxurious resorts that cost, and giving them Rolls Royces to drive everywhere. That's one option. Another option is probably what Pakistan is saying. Well, we can just invite Sikhs. They're only interested in one part of our country, which is Punjab. We can make that a tourist area, and it will thrive. The economy will, you know, do very well. Sorry about the background noise. So that seems to be what they've chosen, to invite their brothers in humanity, the Sikhs, to come and do their form of Hajj to the Punjab region. Now, I don't know if any of you saw Brother Adnan Rashid's video. He was trying to give the history of his, like, he was in his hometown in Pakistan, and he was talking about some rock or some building. Yeah, he showed a gate, and he gave the history of this gate, and it talks about how the Indian emperor came and tried to knock it down. Oh, no, the Sikhs came and tried to take over the town, and they were resisted by Adnan Rashid's great granddad and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, it seemed like he made some comment. I don't remember the words because I didn't memorize what he said, but I remember the sentiment. And what he was trying to do was, yeah, he was saying that we need to tell the Pakistan government to encourage tourism here. We need to spread the word to Sikhs to let them know the history of this place. And that will build our economy. So it's a deliberate decision in Pakistan to target Sikhs to come to your country as tourists. Sikhs. Anyhow, I'll leave that for you to think about. Everyone's just trying to make money off tourism. What's this magic word tourism? Why does everyone think that's the only way to make money? And basically sell your souls to make money. Simple Being is asking why so religious to explain why incest is wrong. So he's coming from the moral perspective that, you know, atheists, where do they get their morality from? Yeah, so next time you see one of these Dawa cults, what Dawa cult does Adnan Rashid belong to? I think it's Ayera, maybe. I think. Yeah, check it if it's Ayera. Ask him about Sikhs. Yeah, should they? Should we be encouraged? What does he think about building the world's biggest Sikh temple in Pakistan? Yeah, ask him. Ask our Dawa cult leader Adnan Rashid about inviting our brothers in humanity to the world's biggest Sikh temple. Oh, okay, excuse me. A Lone Wolf says, temples been around before the Mughals. There was no Pakistan 70 years ago. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, to be honest, right? Why not build the world's biggest masjid in Punjab? Why does it have to be the world's biggest Sikh temple? You know, there's a lot of Pakistani, what do you call those people? No, I'll be encouraging bid'ah if I did that. I was going to talk about those Dawah group, what they call Tablighi Jamaat. Yeah, I was going to suggest build the world's biggest Tablighi Jamaat conference center and get them to go there, but I don't want to encourage bid'ah. But what's worse, bid'ah or a Sikh temple? Don't know. Oh, nice response from Why So Religious. He says, funny that you don't consider first cousin marriage as incest, but everyone else does. Why So coming with the prepared responses? That wasn't bad. Okay, Mohammed Hamdan says, you have Hindus working diplomat, businessmen in Abu Dhabi. They need a place of worship. Okay. They have the Hindu religion. We have our Islamic religion. They have somewhere to go. We have somewhere to go. Bro, that sounds so nice and, you know, honorable, doesn't it? Yes, they need somewhere to worship. Let's give them a place to worship. Let's build them the biggest Hindu shrine in the world with thousands of idols. The Prophet ﷺ, what did he do when after the conquest of Mecca? There were disbelievers in Mecca. Why didn't they allow them to have a shrine or a few idols? In fact, at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, they said, you can lead what's the word? You can have Tawheed for a number of months and allow us to worship our gods for a number of months. But that wasn't allowed. And also, look at India. Are they allowing mosques to be built? They're tearing down mosques right now. They're destroying mosques. What happened with the Golden Temple? What was it called? The Babri Mosque some years ago. So you got Sikhs and Hindus destroying mosques throughout India. But in Muslim lands, yeah, let's build them their temples. They need a place to worship. Let's give them jobs and everything, and leave Muslims. Yeah, don't give them anything. Let them be discriminated against. So yeah, nice try, Mohammed Hamdan, but I don't like that. I'm not impressed with that argument. Suspicious Soul says, reaction, why did you put me in timeout? Sorry, but I had to because you posted the black flag and I had to remove it. The only way I could do that was by timing you out, because I'm using StreamYard app, which doesn't give me the option to delete just that message. Asir, what's this? Uncle Yazid says, did you hear what Imran Khan said today? China version story is right about Uyghur because they are our friend. Because they are our friend. All right, so he's supporting what the Chinese are doing to the Uyghurs, right? Okay, no surprise, bro. Politics is dirty business. Really awful, dirty business. To be fair, right, Imran Khan is probably between a rock and a hard place. If he says something wrong this way, the Americans are going to punish him. If he says something wrong the other way, the Chinese and the Saudis are going to punish him. He's just, what can he do? I don't know. Sad. Yeah, it's difficult, bro. Alone Wolf says, reaction, temples being, oh yeah, I read that already. What have we got? Alone Wolf says, oh, sorry, my bad. I'm just scrolling up because I lost where I was. So Simple and Waiso are having a good interaction. You got Uncle Yazid says, Omar Razak, that's because they put their faith in the India flag. Okay, Mohammed Hamdan, here we go. We all chip in 1 year and build the most biggest mosque in the world years ago in Morocco. They are bigger now in other countries. I'm not sure what you mean, Hamdan. I think you're saying that in Morocco you built the world's biggest mosque. Is that what you're saying? Okay, and may Allah reward you all for that, by the way. Uncle Yazid says, big up Tablighi. They do them daily checks. The Suspicious Soul says, what if two adult siblings use protection and give each other consent? He's still talking about the incest topic. All right, so where am I? Reload says, this Why So Religious is bonkers. He said on G Block that he reads hadiths to relax. Yeah, Reload, why is that bonkers? Isn't that a good thing? Bro, Why So was correcting some Muslims on my channel the other day. Yeah, he's learning the deen. And I pray, Allah guide Why So to Islam. Inshallah, be an asset to our religion. Okay. Are they building a Hindu temple in Saudi or UAE, says Uncle Yazid. In UAE. A lone wolf says, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. Tejo Mahale temple was built in 1155. Then the Mughals invaded India and changed it to Taj Mahal Mosque. Okay, I didn't know that. I was told that the Taj Mahal was built by some emperor on behalf of his girlfriend that he fell in love with, or something to that effect. Oh yeah. Why so religious? What if both? No, I don't want to read more about that topic. India destroyed the Babri Mosque, says Uncle Yazid. Okay. Alon Wolf says reaction. I read that already. Asiran says there's a lot of oppression against Muslims in India. Yes, that's what I read constantly. Farida Khan says, so that makes you think, right? We hear about the Pakistanis having this tremendous army and nuclear weapons and all that. And the Indians come and take over Kashmir. Bro, just sit back and watch. What can you do about it? What's the point? But, obviously, you can't do anything careless, right? You can't just take an act that will cause your whole population to be wiped off the earth. Florida says, yes, facts, brother, reaction. Muslims are being oppressed in mixed countries. SubhanAllah. Yeah, true. Hamdan says, India is the fastest growing Muslim country. The fastest growing Muslim country too. Muhammad Hamdan, what are you talking about, man? Did you bang your head somewhere? India has wiped away the nationality or citizenship from I don't know how many Indians. Okay, they've been asked to prove their citizenship and go and get their birth certificates. And a lot of these birth certificates, they're in locations which have been destroyed by the government. And also, the people who can't get them can no longer claim their citizenship. So what you have is ethnic cleansing of Muslims happening in India. And you're telling me it's the fastest growing Muslim country. What are you talking about? What kind of public, what's that word, spin and public relations have you been reading? All right, Omar Razak says reactionary. It's gone. I'm looking for your comment. Where is it? Reactionary 100. Thank you for agreeing. You don't have to agree. But you can. Okay. Asiran fi dunya. However, he is sincere to his people and wants good for Pakistan people and economy. Yeah, okay, that's right. He's good. He was sincere for them and decides to build the world's biggest Sikh temple. Good. A lone wolf says over 1 billion Hindus in India, 230 million Muslims. Yeah, he's responding to Hamdan. You could see it in his face how uncomfortable he was. You're talking about Imran Khan. Florida Khan says Pakistan is in debt to China, hence they own them basically. China owns Pakistan. YSO is still going at it with Simple Being. It's 2-1 to YSO. Can Simple Being make a comeback with his next comment? We'll see. What else we got? Jordan M in the building. Hey everyone, Jordan M's here. Send him some flowers. Reaction, get off stream and watch EF Tower. Oh yeah? Okay, why? What's happening there? Maybe I'll check it out if it's interesting. Alone Wolf says Saudi are building a new city with a new moon. A new moon. Ah, gosh. Uncle Yazid says, why so is deaf, dumb, blind? Okay. Jordan M says, perfect storm. Don't know what you mean by that. Suspicious Soul says, why so religious? Your argument is pretty weak. Removal of the ability to have children is 100% guaranteed. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, so it's a fake Jordan M, says Uncle Yazid. Okay. Wisdom of the OC, original cartel, says, Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How are you? I think isn't that Shahid? Maybe Shahid. Hands of Stone says, reaction, don't believe Hindutva revision history on the Taj Mahal. Okay, I won't. I don't know what their history of it was. Are you saying that the love story thing was a lie? Maybe. Nice and quiet. All right, here we go. So, Taj Mahal was built by a Mughal emperor for his wife, built in the Persian style. No Hindu is capable of that, says. I don't know how to read it. Actually, is that Russian? If it's Russian, I could try. The second word, the K, is pronounced as a S, right? So Bas. T is T. I don't know the rest. Sorry, I'd have to refresh my Russian. Next, we got strawman argument. No, they're still arguing. Taj Mahal serves as a masjid. Okay. Isn't there a grave in that masjid though? Isn't it like a tomb? Nuclear power means nothing. Nobody will use that, so Pakistan is defenseless. Hamdan says, just as I was about to read your comment, the screen just scrolled up. The Indian government is moving crazy. Hopefully we'll have a better Indian government soon. Thank you, Hamdan, for finally saying something reasonable. Okay, good. Their army is quiet, disciplined, and their intelligence agency is the best in the world, Asiron says. I'm not sure if you're talking about India or Pakistan. People normally say that about Pakistan, that they have the best intelligence agency in the world. Okay. And actually, surprisingly, the Pakistan army does win quite a few competitions, like army competitions, if you go to the British Army, at their training facilities in the UK, sometimes they have international events between different armed forces. And so you'll be surprised to know this, but Pakistan does win quite a few of the events. Yeah, Pakistan. So big up the Pakistan army. But, they don't grow their beards. They grow a big mustache, right? The one that curls around at the edge, but they don't grow their beards. So instead of following the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they're following the sunnah of whoever it is that grows a big mustache. Okay. Alone Wolf says, I meant Tejo Mahalay temple was built in 1155. Then the Mughals invaded India, destroyed the temple. Okay. All right. Ban India and what it represents. Ban Modi too, says Omar Razak. Yeah, I think can't disagree with that. Abu Bilal Al-Maghribi, wa alaikum salam, brother. How are you? Okay. RS Sid undercover like what? I missed RS Sid. I didn't see any message from him. Asirun Fi Dunya says, well, actually, Imran Khan is still a Taghut. Okay. If you say so. Actually seems like a changed man since he's been debating Ralef. Okay, thank you. So send some good vibes to Ralph. Yeah, send him a few messages and say thank you for that. If you like what you see. Uncle Yazid says Saudi bumped Pakistan differently. Okay. Over 1 billion Hindus in India. Is that true? 1 billion Hindus. 1 billion people committing major shirk. Brother, that's we need more Zakir Naiks, I think, in India. Reactionary, read what they said. They said medical procedures can stop a woman from conceiving. When I pointed out that that means doctors can stop Allah's will, they flipped it on me. Why so? Look, I can't agree with you on that comment, because that's a misunderstanding of the Islamic concept of qada wal qadr. Okay, yeah, that's a sort of simplistic way of understanding it. So unfortunately, I can't agree with you on that one, Weiser. Okay, Mohammed Hamdan, Wolf, may God be with them. That makes them more Muslims than any country, and a lot of undercover Muslims too in India who are afraid to speak. Hamza Stone says, reactionary, Shah Jahan built the Taj Mahal as a burial place for his wife, which birthed him several children. Hindus tried claiming it, or claiming that it was a Hindu temple, just like the Zionists claim everything. Okay, I see what you're saying. And you notice how in India they try to erase Islam from their history. You know, they renamed Bombay Mumbai. What's the other place? Chennai is now Madras, or the other way around. I don't remember what. But they keep doing that. It's like they're completely erasing Islam from the history of that country. When I visited India, I was impressed though, because you would hear the adhan called out loud publicly on the street. It was just part of the norm of society. I hope that they haven't stopped the adhan being called, but I wouldn't be surprised if they stop it based on the precedent set by Saudi Arabia with regards to the Quran being recited publicly. Anyhow, keep an eye out on that. And what you mentioned about Shah Jahan, the first mosque in the UK, in case you didn't know, is in Woking. And the name of that mosque is Shah Jahan Mosque. Yeah, the first mosque ever built in the United Kingdom. The first purpose-built mosque. The Shah Jahan Mosque in Woking. Okay. Oh, the tomb is separate from the masjid, says, and Bastlia. Okay. Why so religious? Okay, why would you then prevent two? Okay, they're still talking about incest. Okay, Uncle Yazid, nice comment. I won't read it out. And Bastlia says, Pakistani commanders have huge beards. What do you want? Not from what I've seen. I'm sorry to tell you that. All I've seen is this giant long moustache that is almost as wide as their shoulders. The Pakistani army consists of Shia and Christians also. Yeah, who remembers, what was that guy's name? TYO. He used to have a profile picture of a Pakistani Christian in their Air Force. His name was Wing Commander John Batsley, or some funny sort of name like that. It was an English name, I think, for a Pakistani Christian in the in the Pakistani Air Force. Why was he putting that as his profile picture? I'm a bit puzzled. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on the comments. Oh yeah, here we are. Look up Amir Kiani. Oh, is he somebody with a big beard? Okay, we'll have to check him out. Can't share my screen sadly from this phone, so but I'll look it up, inshallah. Dean M says, what are your thoughts on the House of Saud? Yeah, the typical question I get asked every day. You know, I don't think about the House of Saud. By the way, which house are you talking about? I think they got a few houses. Why so religious? Well, I'm not reading that one anymore. Okay, Omar Razak says, big up Dr. Zakir Naik. Yeah, okay, big up. A Lone Wolf says, Hinduism been around thousands of years before Judaism, Christianity. Islam came on the scene and had some of the amazing temples still do. Okay. Uncle Yazid says, Zakir Naik, just by debating, has been doing mass conversation. I think you mean conversions. That's why his public enemy. Okay. India's population is 1.4 billion. Wow. The state of Agra has removed the Taj Mahal from its tourist brochures and are promoting Hindu temples instead. La ilaha illallah. Look at that. Yeah, see that, Adnan Rashid? Fadilatul Doktor, our history, what do you call it? Our scholar of history. Yes, read that comment, Adnan Rashid. So you're promoting and adding Sikh temples while the Indians are removing our masjid. Oh, I don't even know if it was a masjid, to be honest. Maybe there was shirk being practiced there. I've got no idea. Was the Taj Mahal used as a place of salah? I don't know. Yeah, bro. I sound like I dislike Adnan Rashid, don't I? I'm sorry, I don't mean that. I don't really dislike him, to be honest. I just dislike, like, if I hear or see something wrong, it's the wrong thing that I dislike, not the person. All right, so let's make that clear. The ones with huge mustaches are Sindhis. They can't grow their beards. All right, if you say so. I doubt that to be true, but I'll take your word for it. There is an Indian professor who has a PhD in Taj Mahal is Hindu. The commanders from AK and Waziristan and Peshawar, etc., up north, all have beards. Okay. In the army, they beat you if you don't pray. MashaAllah, that's good stuff. Yeah, if you want to see something interesting, there's a tradition in the British Army, well, not just in the British Army, called pace sticking. Yeah, so pace sticking. So there's a stick that opens up a bit like a protractor, and it's got a certain length. And what happens is the commander of the unit, let's call him a staff sergeant or something like this in the army, he'll be able to measure. Well, that measurement tells him how many feet per minute he can walk. So he'll swing that around and walk along with that stick. It's called pace sticking, so he can measure how far he's walking. And they have a competition called the pace sticking competition, and you can check that out. It takes place in one of the British Army locations, and Pakistan, from what I remember, is a like consistent winner of that contest. Check it out if you get a chance. I would show it on here, but I can't share my screen. Apologies. Okay. Shivites something. Jagannath says, evening, all in the evening to you, Shivite. Why so religious? YouTube is Islamophobe. They're not confident in debating with Muslim. That's why they shut Muslim account up, says Uncle Yazid. Okay, so Waiso is getting a good conversation with a bunch of people. It's good to see. Oh, so you have to memorize and recite the commands of warfare of our Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam when taking the military examinations, says Atbaqtliya. All right. So I've reached the end of the comments, so I'm going to post the link if anybody wants to join. Let me see if there's anyone here. Oh, got 22 people watching, boy. Sorry about that. I didn't realize so many. Okay, in the military compounds, they have a big plaque of the rules of war in our religion. Big up Pakistan for making my bed sheets that I buy from Sainsbury's. That was a funny comment, Dean M. The Taj Mahal is going to be converted into public toilets for cows, says Shivites Jagannath. All right. Yeah. I was going to say something, but it would be very highly insensitive. It would have been to do with the deaths from COVID and anyway, I won't say it. Hands of Stone. Let me know when your entire hemisphere can get rid of the shackles. Okay, talking about that. Yep. Anyway, is anybody wanting to jump on here? Have a look in the comments. I'll put the link. Come on, somebody. Don't leave me all alone. It's not that secular, alhamdulillah. Yes, they do include secular studies in their curriculum, but that does not make them secular. Define missing link. So yeah, Uncle Yazid and Nawaiso, it's good to see you two back at it. Jagannath, you want me to say what I was going to say? No, I won't. No, because it's something that could probably get me struck. It's that insensitive. Like, I could say some hurtful things if I want to sometimes. I have to control myself. All right. Lala Chowdhury says, reaction, who am I? When I speak to you, Lala Chowdhury, inshallah, like I'll let you know. Okay. All right. We spoke today, Lala Chowdhury. Yeah, I know who you are. Don't try it. Uncle Yazid, Shivites Jagannath. I eat steaks. Oh no, I can't read that comment. Uncle Yazid, that's going to earn you a timeout. Sorry, I apologize, but that has to go. Come back in. How long does a timeout last again? I don't remember if it's 5 minutes or 60 seconds. A lone wolf says lies. It was Tejo Mahal. Oh, okay, about who built the. All right, it was Tejo Mahale Temple before the Mughals destroyed it and built the Taj Mahal. The British named it Bombay. It was Mumbai. When it comes to history, now Muslims claim they built the world. Okay. No, I don't know. I'm not a historian. Somebody invite Adnan Rashid on, he's the historian. We can ask him. Brother Adnan Rashid. May Allah bless him. Big up Pakistan for making footballs so I can watch the Euros. Okay. Yeah, okay. So they make bed sheets and they make footballs. All right, so it's 300 seconds. How many minutes is 300 seconds? Who knows the answer to that? 6 times 5 is 30. So 6 times, oh my gosh. There's 2 gay men walking holding hands. It's becoming normal now, isn't it? Mr. Islam. How do let's see. I don't see an option to add you for some reason. It just says edit name. Come in with a different username, Mr. Islam. It's not letting me add you for some reason. Yeah, just jump off, Mr. Islam. Come back with a different username. Oh, because you're blocked, are you? Okay. I'm not sure why you're blocked, but maybe you've done something in the past that somebody blocked you. But if you try a different account and come back, that should be all right. Let's see what this is. Okay. Add to stream. Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm guessing you're one of these trolls, yeah? I'm going to get ready to remove you. You going to say anything? No? Okay. All right. So we've got somebody on the panel, but he's not speaking. He or she is not speaking. So allow them to remain. Hopefully they don't unmute and play pornographic sounds. Simple B says, "Where's my mod? You know, I can't give or remove mod ships using this app. So the next time I'm, what do you call it? Using the YouTube app or my laptop, I can make you a mod. I know you look like someone who likes eating's dead corpses," says Shivite Jagannath. Sheikh One is very knowledgeable on history, says Abu Bilal. Okay. Pakistanis would die without crickets, never mind anything else. Who remembers somebody called the Rawalpindi Express? Okay, tell me the name of the cricketer who was known as the Rawalpindi Express. If you get the answer right, then the next time I can give mod ships out, you can demand a mod ship. Omar Razak says, "Allow Uncle Yazid, the man is only showing his love for food." Yeah. Western historians have been refuted. Okay, who's this now? Oh, by the way, I forgot to check the private chat. Oh, you're going to fix your mic. Fine. So who's this now? Mr. Islam? Yeah, it doesn't let me add you, Mr. Islam. You'll have to come in with a different account. Lala Chowdhury is denying that I spoke to him today. Okay, if you say so. If you say so. Simple Being says, "Where's my mud?" I read that. Okay. Ask your pilot with the silly cow mortar mustache how it was. He's talking about that picture in TYO's avatar. Wing Commander, something Pendleton. Okay. I don't know who Sheikh Ahmed Sirhindi was. Okay. He was a thorn in the throats of the Sikhs and Hindus, really? Okay. Okay. Hands of Stone with the correct answer. Well done. Sorry, Omar Razak. Hands of Stone beat you to it. Actually, you both got the right answer. So even Shivite Jagnas. So 3 people are going to get mods the next time I give mod ships out. Well done. I would play the sound of applause right now if I was at my laptop, but I'm not. Okay, I'll ask you another question. Who was the Pakistani cricketer known as Alu? Who was the Pakistani cricketer known as Alu? Okay. I think StreamYard has a fake Muslim filter. Yeah, whoever that was, Abu Bilal. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay. Hindus cannot take anyone destroying their cow worshipping ideologies being destroyed. Simple. Johan van Dam. Okay, interesting comment, which I'm not going to read out loud. You're lucky Zakir Naik left, otherwise it would have been beef burgers galore. Oh gosh. Shivites is an Islamophobe, fam. Simple Being says, Inzimam al-Haq. Correct. You got the answer, Simple Being. So that's another correct answer. He was a sheikh of the Mughal Empire. He also refuted grave worshippers. Who are you talking about? Alu. Are you talking about Alu? He was a sheikh of the Mughal Empire. Nah, I'm just kidding. I know who you're talking about. Okay. We'll have to do some research on him. Sounds like he was an interesting person. Oh, he was a Hanafi Maturidi sheikh. Boy, and Bakhtiya knows his stuff. Omar Razak, like TYO, is himself. What you on? I haven't seen TYO in a while. Where's he at? Is he still around? Oh my gosh. Who knows a guy called Teron Poole on YouTube? An American living in England. I checked out his channel today. And he's got a recent video where he's interviewing, guess who? Guess who he's interviewing? I'll let you guess. Well, he's interviewed a few people. All right. He interviewed Raza Rizvi. Rizvi. I'll try and say that quickly 3 times. Raza Rizvi. That's impossible. Anyway, he interviewed Raza Rizvi 3 times. No, he didn't. He interviewed him once. All right. Raza Rizvi and Ziryab. Who remembers Ziryab? Does anybody remember Ziryab? Yeah, he's still around. So he interviewed them 2 together. What? I didn't watch it, but I mean, I just saw the clip, clicked on it, and then left. So if anyone gets a chance to go to that channel, Teron Poole, right? And check out his channel and watch his video interviewing Raza Rizvi. Okay, who else we got? Yep. Non-Hindus don't want to worship everything living under the sun and a bunch of animal-human hybrids. We also don't want to poop in the streets. Yeah, correct. Johan van Dam says Reactionary versus Jada Part 2. Okay, I take it you watched that, did you? Okay, nice. Yeah, I should have got some interesting questions from people to ask her, because I really wasn't prepared to. I didn't know what to talk about. But, next time, if there's a next time. Plus, I've spoken to her in the past anyway, and I wasn't trying to make life uncomfortable for Ralph's guest. Okay, where are we? Here we go. TYO is his own person, bro. I don't agree with him, but you calling him a P word, is that valid, bro? Come on, fix up, bro. Says Omar Razak. Hansa Stone says, I thought the other day that if a human was worshipping animals, such as cows, seeing as they aren't that intelligent, surely that means Hindus and the like are subhuman. No. If a human was worshipping animals, such as cows, seeing as they aren't that intelligent, surely that means that Hindus and the like are subhuman. Sorry, no, I didn't understand the question or the statement. I'm not that smart though, so you'd have to make it more simple for me. Hamza Stone says, yeah, I saw Raza retract some Shia beliefs. Interesting. Really? Boy, that we have to check that out. So if anyone sees Raza, tell him to come on. We can have an interesting discussion on that topic. Or whatever the topic was. Dean M says, say his name 3 times like the Candyman. Yeah, if you can do it, come on the panel and prove you can do it. Whoever can say Raza Rizvi 3 times quickly will get a modship. Raza Rizvi, no, I can't do it. I cannot do it. He is a friend of Ziryab. Oh, Tehran is a friend of Ziryab. Oh, you know what? It's interesting that Tehran's arguments or points are similar to Ziryab. I see what's happening, bro. I see it. Raza Rizvi is now a Quranist. Yeah, okay. I see what's happened. Ziryab has given them da'wah, right? And now they've converted to Ziryabism. Now the question is Ziryab what's that group called in Oman? Yeah, is he an Ibadi? Is Ziryab an Ibadi? Or is he still just a Quranist? Because Tehran claims that he's an Ibadi. Oh my goodness, bruv. Like everything is out here on the internet. Every type of group you can imagine is here. I'm sure we could find every one of the 73 sects online. Can you spell the name you mentioned? Yeah, the channel name is Tehran Pool, and it's spelled T-E-R-R-O-N. Tehran. Yeah. And the second name is Pool, P-O-O-L-E. So Tehran Pool. So if you go swimming, you don't go to the run pool to Tehran Pool, do you? You go to the right pool. Yeah. Bad joke there. Okay. You were too easy on her, boss man, says you had. Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah. I mean, I was invited on as a guest. I didn't want to make life awkward for her. Perhaps I should have, you know. I think that's probably why I was invited on to give her a hard time. But well, at least I went out with a bang, to be honest. You know, I went out. Watch my last couple of questions to her. That was pretty good. A couple of headshots. Can you spell the channel? No, I read that really. Baldis make takfir of Kibas. Really? I didn't know that. Says I didn't know that. Ambactlia says TYO is a disgusting individual. Why is he disgusting? Tell us. What makes him disgusting? What do you think of Hindutva thugs being inspired by a former Nazi sympathizer? Who's the former Nazi sympathizer? Like, if somebody's a Nazi or a Nazi sympathizer, does that mean like they're like the devil? Who's worse, ISIS or Nazis? It's like we're taught that, you know, Nazis are the worst people who've ever lived, and likewise with ISIS, the worst, most despicable, evil individuals. That's what we're taught, right, by the media. Aren't they still human beings? Aren't they still fathers, sons, cousins? I'm not trying to say I support any of them or their beliefs or whatever, if any of the claims are true anyway. But I'm just saying how media propaganda works. We're taught to hate people and dehumanize them. That way, if anything happens to them, you know, we don't question it. Oh yeah, they were evil, so they deserve it. They don't deserve justice. They don't deserve. Shamima Begum doesn't deserve to go to court. You know, she sympathized with ISIS. That's it. She's the most evil human being who's ever lived. She's in that category, so she doesn't deserve a hearing in court. Hands are still reactionary. If an intelligent being, in this case a human, no, I've read, you've asked that before. And whatever your name is, Wallahi, I've met a Jahmi before, like a self-affirming Jahmi, praising Jahm ibn Safwan. Ibadis make takfir of Ali, radiyallahu anhu, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, Muawiyah, Hussein, Hassan, Aisha, Talha, Zubair. What? So everyone promised Jannah. These people make takfir of them. It's backwards, stupid people, if that's true. TYO said very disgusting statements regarding Jaffar's. Yeah, he did. He sure did. He said some nasty statements about my mother as well. Johan van Dam, reactionary is a veteran of the YouTube game. Kay says you can place black supremacists in the same bucket. Which bucket, by the way? Which bucket I'm talking about? Yeah, ban all the supremacists, whether they're white supremacists. Oh, the Nazis, yeah? Yeah, ban the black supremacists, ban the white supremacists. Okay, yeah, ban them all. Ban whoever says we should worship baboons, by the way, as well. Yeah. Why so religious? She should go to court in the land she traveled to. Reactionary. Why shouldn't? Oh, come on, why so? You're reaching with this one. Even you can't be serious about defending the government stance. Come on, why so? This is a non-winnable argument for you. Private chat. Who's there? Yeah, Mr. Islam, sorry. You'll have to come with a different account. Just create another account and come back. Okay, somebody asked, are you that Sikh woman called Kay? Okay. What's your opinion on what should be done with Alexander Coatley and that other Britisher detained by the Kurds? Asiron, it's the first I've heard of it. I don't know what that's about or who they are. It's the first time I've heard of them. So I'm not in a position to give an opinion. Sorry. Okay. Asiron fi dunya for joining ISIS. Okay. Are you that Sikh woman, K? Yes, look it up, React. They also make takfir of sins. They have a whole bab in their hadith compilations. Okay. K says, Yuhan, I'm not Sikh. Asir fi Dunya says, why so religious? The countries she is in are ruling with not the law of Allah. If the scale is the number of killed, then I would say the Nazis are the worst. All right. Oh, gosh. Are they worse than Pharaoh's people and Pharaoh's followers? Are they worse than the, what was those people, Lenin and Stalin and these people and all the people they killed? Or what's that guy in Chile that Margaret Thatcher gave asylum to? I forgot his name. Are they worse than those people from Chile? Okay, so it's not. If I go to Mexico and commit a crime, should I do my court and punishment in the USA? Okay, why so? Since you're desperate to get an answer here, let me just make it clear. All right, actually, I'll ask you a question, why so? Number one, did she commit a crime? Number one, did she commit a crime? Again, question one, did she commit a crime? If the answer is yes, okay, then question number two is as follows. Question number two, whose law did she break? Was it UK law or Syrian law? Okay, so question number two, whose law did she break? UK law or Syrian law? Answer that question, those two questions. Okay. And I want like an answer to each of those questions, please. No, like evading the question. Aurangzeb 2.0 will take care of the pagans in India when the time comes, says Hands of Stone. Abu Bilal says, why suspicious soul? The Belgians killed more. Yeah, the Belgians. Okay, interesting. All right, and what about the French and all the people they've killed? Like, who are the worst people in history? Who are the most evil? How many people were killed by the United States in Japan? Reactionary has a Cambridge University accent. Hello, General Reactionary salute, Ishmael Fletcher. Yeah, salute to you, Ishmael Fletcher. Asiron Fidunia says, yes, but you're the one bringing the aspect of being ruled by Islamic law. Both Iraq and Britain rule with other than the law of Allah. But from an origin perspective, the detained are from Europe. Okay, let's see. Is Weiser going to answer my questions? All right. She committed a crime, yes, and she committed a crime against Syria and Iraq. Oh, why so religious? Why so religious? Okay, this brings me to another question then. All right. So you think you're smart by trying to avoid where I was leading you. Okay. So if she committed a crime against Syria and Iraq, why has the UK revoked her citizenship? Does the UK have a treaty with Syria and Iraq? Does the UK, why did the UK revoke her citizenship if her crime was against Iraqi law and not UK law? All right, so let me make the question abundantly clear. One more time. If, as you say, her crime was against Syria and Iraq and not against British law, why then did the British revoke her UK citizenship? Okay. Asiron says, oh no, she broke UK law by leaving the country. Where is it? It's gone. By leaving the country to join a banned organization. That's the first crime she committed. Yeah, but that's Asiron. It's like you're giving an answer different to Weiso. I'd like Weiso to answer the question. Okay, so you're saying I evaded. All right. Well, we're not evading it now. We're both addressing it. So give me your answer, Weiso, please. If her crime was against Syria and Iraq, why did the British revoke her UK citizenship? That's like me going to the United States, right? We have people from the UK who've gone to the United States and are on death row, and the British haven't revoked their citizenship. Okay, they're on death row in America. They're still British. Kay says, what law did she break and when was the law broken? Or sorry, when was the law passed? A lone wolf says, spreading Islam in the West has caused so much division. No one likes your shoving your religion down people's throats. You know what, a lone wolf, I have to agree with you. If Islam is delivered to people by shouting it at them, okay, nobody likes watching that. I mean, I don't like that. I see people at Speaker's Corner shouting Islam into people's faces. That's not da'wah, is it? Who likes that? People think that's da'wah. These da'wah cults, they think that's da'wah. Shouting Islam at people. What about Stalin? 7 million Ukrainians, said Ishmael Fletcher. Yeah, good point. Why so religious? Said Mao starved about 50 million people. Oh, la ilaha illallah. 50 million people starved. Bro. I don't know what to say. This is just it's so shocking. So shocking. And then these Islamophobes want to talk about our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, Waiso says ISIS is trying to establish a global caliphate, which is a threat to the UK. So traveling to a land that has declared war against the country. Easy answer, dude. All right. Waiso. No, you've not answered the question, Waiso. You think you're so smart. Oh my gosh. Look, you are a little bit smart. I'll give you some credit. Okay. So I have to be quite, on my toes when I read your comments. And I almost got led astray by you there. I almost just followed along. You have not answered my question, Waiso. Okay. Again, the question is, if she has disobeyed or broken Syrian and Iraqi law, why have the British revoked her citizenship? Now you're saying that ISIS is trying. Now, what's ISIS got to do with anything? The point is, you're saying she broke Syrian law. Okay, she broke Syrian law. She should be tried in Syria. So traveling to a land that has declared war against the country, which is a threat to the UK. Well, why so? Look, if she's traveled to a country which is threatening the UK, don't you think there's a law about that in the UK? Which means she would have broken UK law. And I asked you that, and you said no, she's broken Syrian law, and she should be tried in Syria. Well, why hasn't she been tried in Syria then? Why is she living in a tent and not a prison? Johan van Dam. Who's this? Oh, look, Samroon is about Christianity. I was going to try and do your Georgian accent, Samroon. Christianity isn't a Western European religion and a foreign. My accent's bad. I was in Georgia a few weeks ago, bro. I should be able to do this accent. Okay. Christianity isn't a Western European religion, and the foreign also. Why not go back to worshiping? Okay, I don't know. Can't understand that comment. I tried, Samroon, sorry. Didn't get it. Ewan Van Dam, true. Krishna Maharaj, a UK citizen, is a US prison. A UK citizen is in a US prison for over 50 years, even though they're innocent. Okay, French, something about the French. You haven't given one answer, says Waiso. Bro, like, why did I say bro? Look, you haven't answered the questions. You've made it anyway. You're hard work, Waiso. I have to be on my toes to deal with you. All right, who's next? Subhanallah. Look up what the communist scum did to the lands of Central Asia. Completely destroyed the Muslims, their religion, and their heritage. Hypothetically speaking, if she was allowed to come back, what would happen when all the far-right extremists come marching down East London? What would happen to innocent Muslims? Genuine question. Dean M, what are you talking about, bro? Do you know how many people have come back from Syria and Iraq, but they're just not talked about in the media? Shemaima Begum is like the what do you call those things you have in football matches? They got like a teddy bear, and the mascot. She's the mascot for the face of the enemies of the state, right? She's the face of that the government puts forward for the whole nation to hate. That's it. You think she's a threat to anyone? Some little girl who lost a number of children? Nah, It's just a farce. It's a game. Propaganda. But it'd be nice if another country would, welcome her. But her family is here, isn't it? Don't her parents have rights to welcome back their daughter? Imagine being her father. How you'd feel in this situation? Like, obviously, we're saying this as Muslims, but this empathy shouldn't just be for Muslims. Even if she wasn't a Muslim, I'd be feeling the same way. I'd be saying the same thing. They could have been doing this with a Christian. I'd be saying the same thing. It's about what's right and wrong. There is a huge garden in Uzbekistan full of bodies of the scholars of Central Asia killed by the subhanallah. The smell of musk is very, very strong there. Okay. Mr. Islam 1 says, Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam, Mr. Islam 1. Is that your new account? What else we got here? I never said she has broke the law. Why so? She traveled to be caught by the Kurds, which can't try her. So you're saying she hasn't broken any law? First you said she's broken Syrian law and Iraqi law. Now you're saying she hasn't broken the law. I asked you specifically, has she broken the law? You said she broke Syrian law and Iraqi law. Now you're saying, I never said she broke the law. Why so? You've lost this one. Admit defeat. Just take your L. Come back next time. Take your L on this one, why so? That was so easy. I told you, don't go down this road. You're not going to win this argument. But you insisted, so I had to oblige. Ishmael Fletcher says, how long was in USA? A little while. Alhamdulillah. Actually, what do you think of Nelson Mandela? I don't know. I don't really have much thoughts, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have an answer for you on that one. Al-Bahith. All I can remember is there was some lyrics from Public Enemy. Mandela, cell dweller, Thatcher, you can tell her. Clear the way. So that was it. Mandela, cell dweller, because he was, dwelling in a cell. He was a prisoner. Mandela, cell dweller. Thatcher, you can tell her. Meaning, if you speak to Margaret Thatcher, who was the Prime Minister at the time, then deliver her this message. Clear the way. That was the Public Enemy, yeah, famous rap group from what, the 1980s and 90s. Yeah, pretty old. I have answered, says Why So Religious. So moving to support and live with group that is causing insurrection in Syria isn't against the law in Syria. So, but you said in the beginning she's broken Syrian and Iraqi law. Now you're saying she isn't breaking their law. So if she hasn't committed a crime in Syria and Iraq, and she hasn't broken the law in the UK, then why isn't she allowed back to the UK? And why has her citizenship been revoked? You see? Why so? Very simple. I had this discussion with Buddha Bing a few days, well, maybe a week ago. Went through it. It was light work. Light work. Yes, Buddha Bing. Nice guy. But his argument was a lost argument. Okay, where are we? Yeah, she's a poster child or poster person. Yeah, that's the answer. That's the word. No other person has had this much attention than Shamima, whatever her name is, had, says Dean M. They have shooting ranges in the UK with Shamima Begum's face on the targets. A Muslim woman in hijab, subhanallah. Well, how do you know that? And back to Leah. But if that's true, isn't it sad, bro? Isn't it sad? You see how and it's that Sajid Javid that claims to be a Muslim. That man, Sajid Javid, the puppet, not just the puppet, the one that put himself out there to take that action and against her. It's strange how in 2014 to 18, Muslims in the West said ISIS aren't Muslim, and that if people go there, they have left the fold of Islam. Now Muslim groups are paying for the law. Sorry, I've lost the accent now, why? So apologies. I've done a very poor job. Okay, now Muslim groups are paying for the law. Look, why so? That's fine. I got nobody's disputing that, right? The issue was, has she broken UK law or Syrian and Iraqi law? If not, then the government arbitrarily removing her citizenship or revoking her citizenship, okay, arbitrarily without any following the rule of law, without any, what's it called, judicial procedure, has just removed her citizenship. Right? This is tyrannical. At least in the United States, we have a constitution to defend people's rights. This is like in constitutional law. This is blasphemy. Okay. So you and I, we should all be united in condemning the actions of this government who's acting unilaterally. We have something in the Constitution called separation of powers. The executive is not the judiciary. They're not to act in the same role. Hello, who's that?
I think it's why funny.
So?
I think it's funny that you're trying to change your voice when I'm bringing good points to try to downgrade it. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
You cannot deny that she has broken laws in the UK. She has broken UK laws and Syria/Iraqi laws. You cannot deny it. Going and traveling in support or even supporting ISIS in your own country can be considered a terrorist act depending on what you do. Now, not only that, did she leave to support them, which wants to dismantle the entire UK government. Okay, that's facilitating and supporting a terrorist organization. Now, when you talk about Syria and Iraq, she went there, lived with, and supported an organization that was insurrectionist against the governments of Syria and Iraq. Now, so those are laws that she broke there too. We don't know if she killed anybody, if she supported any executions or anything like that, but we do know that there are basic laws that she broke. Now, when you say why she's not getting tried in Iraq and Syria, because the Kurds are not an independent nation, but what they do have is they have an agreement with Western forces that anybody they capture will be tried through the countries, right? Now, the thing is, a lot of these ISIS people are traveling to the Kurds because they know this, and they don't want to get tried from Syria or Iraq because they know that they will get the death penalty. Now, why are they doing this, right? Obviously, I would think as a Muslim, right, you would want them to be tried under the closest form of Islamic law that is at least in the area, if not travel back to the UK to be tried under a kafir system, a strictly kuffar system. So it seems rather hypocritical in my opinion, but whatever.
Thank you for the interesting comment. So what the difference between what you typed and what you said is that what you typed.
Autocorrect was changing.
Okay, I understand that when you type on your phone, it can be not easy to get your full message across. So I'll take that into account. Unless you're on your laptop, then there's no excuse, right? I'm
on my phone.
Oh, okay, then I'll pardon you then in that regard. I won't insist that you took an L. But and I think you made a couple of good points in the beginning of your statement. So you're saying that she broke UK law and she broke Iraqi and Syrian law. That's fine. Okay.
Yes, and
Now,
when you asked me which law she broke, I wrote Iraq and Syria simply because we were speaking about, I was speaking about she should be tried there. So I was directing
okay.
it to that comment.
All right. So then that's a slightly different issue. Now, in terms of the UK revoking her citizenship, right? Can that happen arbitrarily, or should the process, the due process, take place?
I don't know if there's supposed to be a due process for revoking citizenship.
Mm.
I can't give an honest answer. I don't know if there's laws that say that there has to be due process, or if the government can just decide on their own. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm. So
I
this
mean,
is what
do you know what it is?
I think. I may be wrong. I have to look up
So
some case law.
don't state it.
No, I think it's done based on the wishes of the Home Office, based on security information which they don't make public. Okay, and the reason they don't make it public, they'll claim it will jeopardize the safety of the security agents. So
But
yeah, they can act arbitrarily.
so then your argument about she should at least get a trial or something doesn't really make any sense, because obviously within inside of the country they have established that the rule of law then would be that they don't have to have a trial to revoke your citizenship. Now, if you disagree with that ruling, that's up to you to go and try to vote in people who disagree with that ruling and to change it. But it's not to sit here and say that the UK government is doing something illegal.
Yeah. So yeah. If that's the case, then what you're saying is correct. We can come to the same conclusion in that point. At the same time, however, the family has a right to appeal. When you're talking about citizenship,
I'm not denying that. They can do that.
Yeah. And also the government cannot act with impunity in that way, right? They are subject to the law, just as it goes against our constitution. So even if there's a law against, even if they have a law, if they've drafted a law which gives them the right to do it, it's unconstitutional in the first place.
Well,
so
you don't know.
It can be challenged.
You don't know if it's unconstitutional, right? It's like in America where you have the Supreme Court. We enact laws sometimes that are unconstitutional, and then you have laws that people claim are unconstitutional, and then it goes to the Supreme Court and it's found out to actually be constitutional. So your argument that it is unconstitutional, you don't know that until it's actually been judged upon. Yeah. So that is a difference. Yours is speculation right now. Now, do I think that if the thing is that the Homeland Security Department, MI, whatever it's called over there, if they do have this rule that they can just revoke citizenship, I do think that it would be an interesting case to take to the judicial branch of the UK. But as of right now, since it has not happened, as far as I know, and that there is no ruling that it's unconstitutional, then your argument is invalid. You just hold the position that it's unconstitutional.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? And that all depends on whether what I said about the government's ability to do that. If that's correct, if what I said is correct, then then you're right. If not, and in terms of what's right, morally right, then it cannot be morally right. What's happened to this poor girl?
So I still think that it's the big thing that I've said for a few years now. It's just interesting how from 2014 to 2018, before the real fall of ISIS, to where they're like 10% of the land mass, right? And then there's been this mass exodus. You still find online memes of Muslim communities in the West holding up signs like ISIS is not Muslim. You can have like CARE put out statements, which is like the North American Centralization of Islam, right? You know what I mean? Like they're a Muslim advocacy group. Well, they put out statements saying that, people who went and joined ISIS have left the fold of Islam. But now they're paying the lawyer fees for some woman in America. I can't remember her name. But it's just strange to me that Muslim groups, especially in the UK, are trying to pay these lawyer fees for people to come back when you know that the prison system in the UK, as far as Islam, is what they call more radical, right? Like they have tried to do these classes and such to try to make soften, I guess you would say, Islamic radicalism or extremism inside of their UK. And there was a publication last year that says it's a complete failure. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't understand it.
Yeah, and the other comment you made about if she's to be tried, where should she be tried? Is it in that country or this country? And what would be closer to Islamic Sharia in the ruling, etc. Well, surprisingly, I think English law would be closer to the outcome of the Sharia rulings. There's a lot of similarity and crossover, actually.
So you wouldn't say that her going there and trying to establish a caliphate inside, or wanting to support a caliphate inside of an already existing land would count as mischief in the land in 533 of the Quran?
I don't know, because when it comes to that particular organization that we hear about in the media, from what I've read, it was set up by certain countries to oppose
there is
other
that
countries.
theory. There is that
it's
theory.
more than a theory. There's actual evidence supporting that claim, right?
Though.
So
it wouldn't matter.
It's a theory with legs.
Let me finish. Even Islamically, it wouldn't matter, because Muhammad said that those who imitate others are like them. So even if they do get stooped into following these people and going over there, they have become like them, which would be an enemy of Islam according to everybody pre 2018.
Yeah, I agree. And in terms of the girl, then, all right, in Islam we also believe that people are excused for that which they don't know or they're ignorant of, and they're also excused if their sanity is, they don't have their full wits about them. Do we know this girl's mental state at the time of making the decision?
I mean, I would not disagree that if somebody is mentally unstable, that they shouldn't be executed, but you have no evidence of that. What you do have evidence of is that through her religion, she is considered a woman, right? Because she has already had puberty, she can get married inside of her own personal theology, that things like that. So her ideology is conflicting with this concept that it's kind of like Ninkulis, right? He said that Bigums, or whatever her name was a 15-year-old girl, but he calls Aisha a 9-year-old woman. So I'm just bringing that up to show that that Muslims are having a confliction with their ideology and the ways that the laws of the West are being implemented.
But then, as you know, has been discussed many times in the past, adulthood is something that is not fixed. It we can view it as changing from time to time and place to place. It's not like a fixed number. Yeah. So today, a parent is not in the UK. A parent is not going to allow his 15-year-old daughter to get married.
Ali Dawah said he would.
I don't know what Ali Dawah said. Maybe he said that. I don't know. But
he said he would let his he said that he would allow his 9-year-old to be married. So your statement is proving that it's not. And I'm not saying that there's not Christians or atheists or Hindus or Sikhs that don't hold the same opinion. I'm not saying that it's only universal to one ideology. A person can have any ideology and believe that it's okay to marry off, to have adolescents marry. But what I'm saying is your statement right there was just not true.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, most of the discussions I've had online have been like the same conclusion. Nobody would consider a 15-year-old in England to be an independent adult.
Now you have to use geography, right?
Yeah, of course. It's some form of relativism being used here, and of course, but that's how the Sharia is really applied globally. It's always different depending on the circumstances of the time.
But was it always
it's not
different with
fixed.
Muhammad?
Well,
Was
he
it
lived in a
always the
time and
same?
a place, right? Sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace, may peace be upon him. He lived in a time and a place.
Well, no,
Now,
but if Muhammad's
that was normal at the time.
so you're claiming that no Islamically ran Sharia country could ever be like Medina.
I don't know if I'm claiming that, but every
Well, no,
place
you're
is
saying
unique,
that it
right?
is different. Well, if every place is unique, then what you're saying is Medina was unique there, and it can never be
Yeah,
replicated.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
So you don't
Nothing.
think so? Then why?
In Medina they didn't have telephones or electric
Well, that doesn't matter. We're just
computers and
talking
stuff.
about Sharia law, right? We're just talking
Of
about the
course,
enforcement of the
everything in the Sharia, right? So, for example, if somebody was to talk about the punishment for cyber sex, is there a punishment for cyber sex? So, if that's a rule that exists today, it's not something that existed at the time of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So nothing can be the same. It's going every
no,
situation is going to be
you're
somewhat
acting
unique.
like ishjihads are not a real thing, right? That scholarly consensus is
Mm,
not a real thing, because even at the time of Muhammad, there was things at the time that were not discussed, like nutmeg, right? Nutmeg
yeah,
has an intoxicant, so the rulings is 50-50 roughly between the scholars on if you can ingest it or not,
yeah,
and most just say just don't even tempt it. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like there's
Smoking
no,
cigarettes is another thing, right? There's
but
plenty of things, yeah, that are new.
well, they were smoking hash back then, and Muhammad never said anything. He said
So,
intoxicant. They rule it as intoxicants. Hash is definitely an intoxicant, but
okay,
it's still taken out.
yeah.
So
But I'm saying there's no
I don't know.
mention of cigarettes. So,
I just think that it's interesting
mm,
that that if Medina is the perfect form of Sharia, and there's this concept that every area is unique, then that means that that Medina can never be achieved. Then Muslims shouldn't even try for a caliph, shouldn't even try for an Islamic state, because it will never be what it's supposed to be. Now that's
okay, so
different
wait,
than
wait,
saying,
one sec. We've had Islamic states, right, throughout history. In fact, a, a large portion of our history has been with a Muslim superpower in the world. Okay, now have any of those caliphs or caliphates, have any of them been the same as Medina? No, they've all been different in some way or another.
but
The
that's
Ottoman
not the point
Empire
that I'm
wasn't the
making.
same as the Caliphate of Abu Bakr
That's not
radiallahu
the
anh.
point I'm
They've all been
making.
different. Okay, what's the point you're making?
The
Sorry.
point that I'm making is, Muslims have this concept that the perfect Sharia land was Medina. Now, and that's the aspiring goal. But if your claim is that every area, or do you think, maybe I should put it this way in question form first. Do you think that Medina is the aspiring goal for Muslim lands for Sharia?
Yes, yeah. I don't know what that means. I'm not trying to evade.
Okay,
I'm just
okay,
trying to
then
say
no,
I
no.
don't know what that means. What I
I'll give an
mean, yeah.
example. I'll give an
No, I was going
example
to
to
try and
try to.
answer it, but yeah, go on. Go on. Yeah.
So just how people say that there is no country in the world that follows the Allah Sharia, the true Sharia.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Now,
yeah.
so if that's the argument, then if Sharia is unique to the area, then that would mean that it will never be like that, and it could never be like that. Is that your claim?
Yeah. When we say unique to the area, its application, right, will have some flexibility. It's not like rigid. It's not like one size fits all. It flexes to fit the society and the people's situation.
Can you give an example of how it would
So
be flexible
yeah.
outside of the Medina version of perfect Sharia?
Okay. So I guess if we're talking about the perfect version of the Sharia, or sorry, if we're talking about the Medinan version of the Sharia, we'll say that there's certain aspects of law like capital punishment, right, where death by, or let's say, chopping the hand of the thief, or execution, death by execution, right? These are strict punishments for certain crimes. Now, how are these executions to be performed? Using a sword? What if you have a gun? Can you use a gun? Or if you have a tool like the French had, the guillotine?
Well, I mean, well, Allah chooses His words wisely. He says, and He says that if the oceans were made of ink, they would dry out before His words. So then, chopping, right? So then you just chop it. It doesn't matter if it's a guillotine. It doesn't matter if it's a sword. Now, with the gun, I would say that there's nothing to support that other than Allah does allow you to fight the enemy with ways they fight you, which is even in the most scholars agree that that means that it's okay to burn people alive if they have burned you alive, burned Muslims alive. This is just what they teach. You can go to Islam Q&A, search up fire, punishment by fire or whatever, and they do agree that if a Muslim is killed from a non-Muslim or another Muslim by burning them alive, it is acceptable punishment to burn them alive.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about, that's a slightly separate point to what we're talking about.
Well, no, but, you were talking about bullet. Is it okay?
Yeah, I was talking about
this and that.
Yeah, I was trying to give an example of how the religion is flexible, right? So, I think the key point here is that the punishment is death in one circumstance. Now, how you achieve that death, there's going to be flexibility.
Not necessarily when you talk about homosexuals, right? There's rulings on ways that you are to execute homosexuals, and even so, to prove that it's not that flexible, I believe it was Ali who said to burn them, right? And then Ibn Abbas,
Abu Bakr. I think there was a group. There was a group of people who. There was a group of people who claimed Ali was Allah, right? And so he put them to death in severe way.
It was asked how to deal with homosexuals, and Ali said, it's either Ali or Abu Bakr, but I believe Abu Bakr said the second statement I'm about to say. But Ali said to burn them, and this is an Ibn Abbas hadith. He said to burn them, and then Abu Bakr said no, because Muhammad said, "Do not punish with the punishment of Allah." And Ali,
you're right.
Ali said that he had never heard of this hadith. So then the ruling became to throw them off of a high building, right? High area. And then it came to execute them in normal ways. But so it's not, just to show that it's not as flexible as you're trying to think it is, that there are rulings for executions in certain ways.
Yeah.
Just like,
and there is also flexibility, right? There is still also flexibility.
How much flexibility is there in executing zina committers? There isn't. It's stoning. That is the official punishment given by Muhammad as the execution way. And he actually gives you, do not pick up a small rock or a too big of rock. Pick up a rock in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's not, there's not like a lot of flexibility all the time.
Yeah. Look, I'm not... Okay, here's one way of looking at it. Now, every society, like you can go to some parts of the world where it's just a small village. They don't hardly have anything. And you go another part of the world where they have facilities with cameras and CCTV and barbed wire. You know, there's all types of differences wherever you go in the world. But there's certain punishments which can be applied no matter what you have, right? Now, in the West, you may be able to perform the execution quite swiftly using technology. But in let's say, a country in rural Philippines, or a part of the rural Philippines, sorry, they may have no technology at all. So the thing they're capable of using is stones, right? The stones would be the bare minimum. And when you use a stone, it's going to be of a certain type of stone, as you mentioned there in the hadith. So that's the way I understand how the Sharia is applied. So there's flexibility, but there's a bare minimum that can be applied no matter where you are in the world, no matter what time in history you are.
Was that an argument to say that I don't understand the argument. Like you're saying that with Zena, he says to stone. That's what you're supposed to do. Now, when they say um, chop off the hands and feet, you can chop off hands and feet with rocks, right? Honestly, it's kind of surprising to me that you don't really see crucifixion in Islam anymore. Like nobody's ever talking about that. You know what I mean? Like, but I just think that it's weird that like you have this position that areas are unique and that the Sharia should be implemented differently in the area that the people are, when in fact it's supposed to be the whole concept of Allah speaking and Muhammad giving giving reasons for stuff is that it's supposed to be global. It's supposed to be the whole world follows these laws, these punishments, and that's the recourse.
Well, there is no real difference. The Sharia is applied everywhere, but there's flexibility in how it's applied. That's pretty much it, really. That's, like, for example, with the adhan, right? Today, we call the adhan. In the old days, the adhan, at the time in Medina, the mu'adhin, the one who calls to prayer, he would climb up the minaret so that his voice could be heard from all around. Today, we have speakers.
This is
right,
but this isn't like a real argument.
Nobody is going to say don't use speakers to call for prayer.
This isn't like a real argument. You understand that?
No, I'm showing that there's flexibility, right?
That's not
how you apply the Sharia.
No,
that's not
a real argument, right? Because because for one, Muslim communities have grown to where a person on a stand yelling is not going to be heard from the whole Muslim community. So, Muslim communities.
The hadith, from the hadith, it was the companion climbed up the minaret and called the prayer. Where does it say you can use carpets in the mosque? Where does it say you can use electricity to light the mosque?
This is a ridiculous argument. I think that you are stretching real hard.
It's the same thing. No, I'm showing you that there's flexibility, right?
Well, then if you want to use that, Allah says in the Quran that people should only pray in groups of 3 or 4. Yes.
What are you talking about there?
In the Quran.
Are you talking about in jihad?
No, in the Quran, Allah says to pray in groups of 3 or 4 and to make your prayers quiet. You don't really hear that anymore.
No, you have to find me that verse. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's an interesting discussion. I think you're on point today, though, Weiser. I think you've, it's been a while since I've heard you so, what's the word? On your game. Yeah. I'm impressed.
I mean, it's just basic. I can understand why Muslims are trying to make these arguments for that Begum girl or whatever. I understand why they're trying to do it, but you and me would disagree with the reasons why. You know what I'm saying? Like they want. I believe that Muslims in the West, they want these people back, and they want them in the prison system. Because then there's a higher conversion rate inside the prison systems.
Oh, you think that's why? No, why so? I would be making this argument even if she was a Christian, right? To me, it's not about her being Muslim or Christian. The point is, I'm not a fan of a government acting like a tyrant. I think people are
you mean that?
Yeah, they're owed. The rule of law is something that everybody is allowed to have access to. So when somebody is prevented from that, I don't like it. I really don't like it.
So about 2 nights ago, there was 2 women on the panel, and they were talking, and one of them said she wanted a Christian state, right? Do you remember who I'm talking about? Yeah, there was 2 women. There was one that was on the panel when I was on the panel one time, and then there was another one, and then and then
Claire, maybe Claire, was it?
Claire, and then
The
there was
secular
another woman.
Quranist.
Yeah, and then
Okay,
there was
I don't
another
remember the other
woman.
one.
The other woman, she was saying that she doesn't want like mosque. She was making the argument that build a Qibla in your home, and but don't build mosque and don't build synagogues and stuff like that. Do you remember that?
She was on the panel talking.
Yeah, like 2 days ago.
Oh no, that was a guy. His name's Domingo. He's got a girl's voice. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So
Yeah.
You didn't realize that person was trolling you with Islamic law?
Yeah, of course, bro. I know his. I know him. I know his way of.
He was implying the
talking.
Islamic law against Islamic Sharia against Muslims. Yeah. It was hilarious for me, dude, because you fell right into it, dude.
I didn't. Bro. I was playing along with his game. Look, I know his style of joking. He's funny though. I really like his humor.
Because I don't know, man. I don't think you really understood, because you were trying to make an argument about what's the difference from a Qibla in the home and then a mosque and residence.
I was sticking to the argument as though I don't know if there's a joke happening, right? That's all.
Hey, Luton, do you accept yet that a virgin only gets lashes for raping a woman?
Same old crap. Listen, why so religious? I told you this last time.
Yet?
Listen, be quiet. I told you this last time, yeah? Whether it's whatever the punishment is still a punishment. Do you understand
That's
that?
not what you said.
No. Listen. I don't care. I don't care how it came out. I don't care how it came out at that time. The next time that I spoke to you, I clarified it to you, right? Yes, I did. Yes, we did. We spoke the next time straight after that, when Abu Aisha was on the panel, and I've got the video for that to prove it. So be quiet.
Well,
anyway, I clarified to you why so religious. I clarified to you that whether it doesn't matter what the punishment is, it's a punishment. That's what matters.
That's not what you said on panel. You said I was wrong.
Listen, this is what I said to you. I clarified it to you the next day. It didn't come out right. So what's your point on that? It's still objective morality, right? It's still objective, isn't it?
No,
you don't have it. Listen. The point is, you don't have objective morality.
Listen to this guy.
And we know that clearly. And you can't argue that. You can't argue that why so religious. You can't argue that.
So this guy was on Sir Faz's channel, and he was talking about objective morality. And I said, well, what's the penalty for zina? And he said, it's execution. And I said,
right. So I wasn't okay. Fair enough. That's fine. Look, I agree with that. I agree.
No.
I agree. At that time.
Oh, by the way, one second. Assalamu alaikum, Luton. How you doing, brother?
Wa alaikum salam, reactionary. How are you, my brother? I'm good. I'm all good, bro.
Welcome aboard. How are you? Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Thank you, bro. Anyway, so why so religious? Like I advised you, I wasn't aware. Look, because you chat breeze anyway, so I'm gonna explain it anyway, right? So I was saying that the punishment for what was it again? Somebody who was adultery to fornication, yeah. So from what I knew at that time, for somebody who's married or unmarried, I didn't realize that it was a different punishment, right? I thought that it was death, right? So why so religious is trying to pick that up, because that's all he can do is pick up on little mistakes that people make, right? So now be quiet. Why so religious? This is the argument.
Why don't you be quiet?
No, because the argument. No, because you're chatting breeze. You're chatting breeze. The argument was you don't have objective morality. You cannot turn around and say that rape is wrong.
So listen.
You cannot say that. You cannot say that.
So let me finish what happened.
Present, and future. You can't confirm to everybody on this panel right now that rape is wrong and why it's wrong.
Let me finish this conversation. So then I asked him, what's the penalty for rape? And he said execution. I said, not in all cases. He says, yes, it is. I said, not if the person is a virgin. It's only lashings. So he spazzes out, right, saying that I'm wrong. I give him Islam Q&A in the background. I give him Islam wet.net.
No. Okay, so prior to this...
Notice he doesn't want me to finish, dude.
Yeah, because you're lying now. You're lying. Because you're lying.
No, it's not.
Okay, so prior to this, this is the same guy, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say he's lying. Maybe he's mistaken, but...
No, he's lying because he's
lying.
Corrected. No, he's lying because he's been corrected already once. He's been corrected, and now he's still coming out with the same crap again. So I know he's lying there, right? So anyway, reactionary, this guy, yeah, he said about 3 or 4 things right before this about hadiths, about how far a horse traveled 500 years or something like that. He was making stuff up, right?
No, that's in
This
Tabri.
guy was
That's
making stuff up, yeah, and he was telling us that this was. He was telling us that these were authentic hadiths. Then he was telling us these were Allah. This is Allah's. Bro, this guy was going rambling. I've got the video. It's on Faz's panel. You can hear it all. So. Okay. That was why I was saying
that's unusual. That's unusual. Why? So you usually bring authentic narrations.
What happened? This guy is a fake man.
Doesn't want me to speak. He's trying to dominate the channel.
Go on. Okay, go on. I'm gonna let you speak.
So firstly, the 500 that Paradise is a 500
the distance.
Yeah, is a 500-year horse ride is in Tabri. Okay. Now I never said that it was in any of the 6 books of the hadiths. I said that it is in Tabri. Okay, so there is a difference there. Don't try to.
Is it authentic? Was it authenticated?
No. This guy said that this is an authentic hadith.
No, I didn't.
Because YSO knows that we only take authentic. Yeah.
Why are you talking, dude? You said that I could talk.
All right, go on.
So then I put in the back chat links of Islam Q&A. And he doubts Islam Q&A, says, I'm not even going to read that. I don't know anything about this article. And then Lala Chaudhry even wrote, it's a good site. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. That's on one of my videos. Now, the whole point that I was making with him is that he said he knows that he has objective morality. The whole point I was showing was that he doesn't have objective morality until he studies what is allegedly objective morality for him. Right? His objective morality, he's lived his whole life with, thinking that rape is punishable in all circumstances by do you see what I mean? Reaction. This guy just starts changing. Listen, correct. Can you react? All right, okay, why so religious? Okay, you made your point. Whatever. Now, answer the question, innit? What this whole argument was about. Yeah? Answer the question what this whole argument is about. I can sit here and say as a Muslim that rape is wrong, yeah? Whether you do it now, whether it was in the past, whether it was in the future, I can say that it is objectively wrong. Can you say that it is objectively wrong, past, present, and future? Can you? I don't agree with rape.
Exactly. No, but I didn't ask you if you agree with it. I said, can you say that it's wrong? Would you say that it's objectively wrong? See what I mean? Reaction. This guy chats so much shit. You don't even believe in morality. So you don't have any morals of life. You don't believe in morals. You don't have morals.
You only have morality. You only have morality. Listen.
You don't have morals.
You only have the morality.
Is that what you're saying? You're an animal.
You only have the morality that you learn, and I've proven that. I've proven that you believe that you had objective morality, and your stance.
Yeah, we get our morality. We get our objective morality from God. We get our objective morality from God. Where do you get your objective morality from? Where do you get your morality from?
Your stance on morality completely swapped when I brought you something so much that you ran off
listen, it didn't, man. Oh, please.
Come and save
listen, stop playing games. Why so religious? Answer the question. Yeah, you don't have objective morality.
I don't. You don't have morality.
Can you
understand that?
So you don't believe in morality. You don't have morals.
So
you don't have morals.
Your question is irrelevant, right?
So you don't have morals, basically. So you don't have any morals.
It's irrelevant.
Is that what you're saying? You don't have any morals. So today, so I'm going to ask you a question now. So I'm going to ask you a question. So today, if the consensus is, so tomorrow, if the consensus is from the majority of the people that you, while so religious, can have sexual intercourse with your mother, are you going to be okay with this?
I don't care if people have sex with.
What do you mean you don't know? Because you talk about morality. You say your theory is if everybody is okay with something.
Do you understand that?
Listen,
no,
Luke,
this is what you lose.
Listen,
you're quick.
You're quick to talk about Islam. Why so religious? You're quick to talk about Islam.
This is why you
talk about morals and objectives in Islam. Let's talk about your morals, innit? Let's talk about your morals.
I told you I don't believe in morality.
Okay, you don't believe in anything. So you don't believe in anything at all.
How do I have it?
So you,
wait, are you saying you don't believe in right and wrong?
He doesn't.
Now look.
He doesn't believe in anything.
Why do you get upset? Why do you get upset when Luton talks over you? Wait, why do you get upset when Luton talks over you?
Let me finish.
He's not doing anything wrong, is he?
There's a.
He's not doing anything wrong.
No. There's a difference from right and wrong in morality. Now, this concept of morality has only been around outside of a religious term for about 100 years, since atheism has taken real form, and in a populist stance. Now, I would say that atheists have hung on to this word morality to try to keep up with arguments of theists. Now, the concept of right and wrong is subjective, depending on the person, their preference, their belief system. So that's the reason I don't believe in morality, okay? I don't believe that something is objectively moral, universally moral. And then when people say subjective morality, to me, that just means preference. What does somebody prefer, or what does somebody dislike? It has no premise in the concept of morality. Now, if you want to speak about what morality originally was, the definition was originally in Latin was customs and traditions. Now, of course, I would agree with that definition, that everywhere has customs and traditions. But then religion came and took this word as a concept of saying divinely correct action. That is what morality allegedly is, right? And since the separation of atheism and religious beliefs, we have changed this word to mean individual principles or societal norms. Now, with that definition, I could agree that morality under those definitions works, but in the concept of speaking with a theist, it doesn't exist. That's my position.
Do you believe in right and wrong?
I don't think it's universal.
Or common rights and common wrongs. You don't believe in that?
Well, in a way, yeah. I guess you could say yes, because, you know, like, is it wrong for me to, would it be wrong for me to do an injustice on a person? Yes.
You believe in injustice then?
Yes, I believe in the laws of the land.
But why though?
I believe in the laws of the land. Now, that doesn't mean that I agree with them. Like, my wife and I used to live in a very abortion-friendly state, right? Well, we don't.
No, I don't mean the laws of the land. No, because the laws of the land are based on consensus, right, of the society. It's what human beings have agreed they want to live by. Yes, the rule.
Not necessarily.
It's the rule.
Not necessarily.
Sorry. It's the rules that they agree to be governed by.
That's like how we spoke earlier, that we have to have a Supreme Court, right? We have to have, because legislators will make laws that may not even be popular amongst the people, and they could be illegal. So it doesn't really matter.
Sorry, the Supreme Court's job is to ensure the Constitution is not violated. Really, that's pretty much it.
No,
in terms of
to make sure that individual rights are not violated. That's the point of the Supreme Court.
Rights enshrined in the Constitution. Yeah. So, what I was getting at though is, Luton, are you still there? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off or anything. So jump in whenever you want.
No, it's cool, bro. Jump in.
I do have to go to work.
But the thing is about Words of Religious, he's quick to like jump around, and that he never answers questions, man. This guy will never answer any questions properly, man.
At least I don't run from panels like you. He'll sit here.
I've never run from you, mate. You're a little boy. I've never run away from you. I've never run from you. I have never run from you, mate. You're a little boy. I'll look for you. I'll wait for you to jump on panels. I'll wait for you to jump on.
You straight ran.
Like I said, you to this day, can never turn around and say that rape is wrong. I can't believe
Sir Boz had to delete the live stream because I embarrassed you with M-Stacks multiple times.
This guy chats so much breeze. It's unbelievable, man. I swear to God, this guy lies like, is it like, oh my, compulsive liar? Why so religious? You actually are. But then that's okay because you don't have morals, so you can lie like anything anyway, right?
You don't have objective morals until you learn them, right?
You can lie anyway. You don't actually like. You don't have a problem with lying. Why so religious? Because you have no morals. You have no morals.
Answer this: do you have objective morality until you learn it from what the
Quran, I have objective morality from God. I have objective morality from God.
But you don't have it. You don't have it.
You don't have any morals. Why so religious?
You don't have it.
You have no morals
listen,
except when you sit at home and you teach your children about certain things. Like you will tell your kids not to do something.
So
right? And then on what basis are you telling your kids
notice
not
he doesn't
to do
want
something?
to answer this. Do you have objective morality until you learn it?
I have.
That question doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
No, it does.
We get our listen. Either way, why so religious? We get our objective morals from God.
But
where do you listen?
Until you learn it, is it an objective morality?
Where do you, as a species, get your morals from?
I'm asking
where do you get your objective morals from? Where do you get them from? I'm asking you. I just told you. I told you.
No, you didn't answer the question.
God gives me my objective morals.
You didn't answer
God
the question.
gives me my objective morals.
Is it an objective moral that you have until you learn it?
God gives me the objective morals. I've got.
But you don't know it. You don't know it until, just like you need me, a kuffar, to teach you your objective morality.
Why so stupid?
You need a kuffar.
Why so stupid? Why so stupid? Listen.
You need a kuffar. You need a kafir to teach you your objective morality.
What I'm trying to explain to you is whether I know them or not, they are there, right there, written in ink. Why so religious? Do you understand that? They are there. The objective morals are there. Whereas you don't have these. You don't have these because yours will change.
Yours change. Luton thinks that speaking over a person is a definitive argument. He thinks that speaking over of a person is
nonsense, man. You chat nonsense. Why so religious? Always. So listen, you're a compulsive liar. You're a compulsive liar.
I have to go to work.
Oh, look who's running away now.
It's not running, dude. It's called work. Dude, it's 5 o'clock where I'm at.
Don't worry, Reactionary is not gonna delete. Reactionary is not gonna delete this stream. And everyone will see you running away. Why so religious?
Dude, how is that running? That makes no fucking sense.
You still can't listen. You still can't tell the people on this panel whether rape is wrong or whether it's wrong objectively.
I said that it is wrong to cause an injustice on a person. Did I not?
I asked you a simple question.
What's wrong with injustice? What's wrong with injustice?
Injustice is the
yeah, but what's wrong about it?
It's wrong because you are inflicting on another person something that they should not be inflicted upon, right? Why
should it not be inflicted upon them?
Because it's their personal preference for it not to be inflicted upon them, right? Like your personal preference.
Why should their personal preference be respected by the other party?
Because that other party has their own personal preferences, right? That they also don't want things to be inflicted upon them. So this is a duality. This is a mixing of ideas and preferences that does not cause one person to be affected negatively as the other person can be affected positively, even due to their personal preference. But I do have to get off here. If you're going to be live tomorrow,
yeah, I've got a lot of questions I want to. Yeah, later on, jump on Why So Religious because I've got a lot of questions I want to ask you. Because
I'm sure you need to learn about your dean, right?
So not about me. I want to learn about you. I want to learn about
your dean.
I want to learn about you. Why So Religious? I want to learn about you.
Why teach you some more about your dean?
You can't teach me nothing. Why So Religious? You can't teach me nothing. You can't teach me nothing.
I think Why So may become the first. Why So may become the first.
I think Why So for rape.
Yeah, Why So may become the first.
You said no, Reactionary. Let's hear this from him. He says that I can't.
Listen, all right.
He says that I can't teach him anything.
So religious?
Who taught you about the lashing?
You can't teach me anything. You can't teach me anything because you don't know anything yourself.
So who taught you the lashings?
You're a dumb guy, man. I told you. Okay, let me ask you a question quickly before you go.
Notice this guy just lied.
Let me ask you one question, before you go.
Guy just lied.
Let me ask you one question before you go.
Notice this guy just lied.
At what age can a girl have sexual? Like what age should a woman be able to have?
Luton, he has to go, bro. He has to go.
No, let him stay, man. I've got so many questions for this guy.
Getting off here. I know you have a lot of questions about your dean. Trust me,
I've got a lot of questions about your. I've got a lot of questions about your unbelief. I've got a lot of questions about your unbelief.
Luton,
trust me.
Here's the thing. You said that I could never teach you anything about
you can't teach me nothing, man. Oh my God, why so religious? Oh wow. You read Islam Q&A. You read Islam Q&A.
Who
you
taught
never
you that?
listen.
Who taught you that?
You read something on Islam Q&A. Well done, Wise for Religious. Well done.
Who taught you that?
I will teach you something, Wise for Religious. Don't you worry. I will teach you a lot of things.
Who taught you that?
I will teach you a lot of things. I will teach you about objective morality.
Isn't pushing you about lying on stream. He's not even
lying
pushing
about
you.
What? Lying about what? Listen, because you're the liar.
Who taught you that?
You're a liar. You're a compulsive liar. It's confirmed.
I taught you that, my guy.
You have no morals. You don't mind lying. It's normal for you. It's normal. It doesn't. Oh, well done, Wise for Religious. Clap, 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 clap. Well done.
Okay, then stop lying and say that I could never teach you anything.
You can't teach me anything, mate. You can't teach me anything, mate. You're a dumb guy.
So I can't teach you anything else, or I've never taught you.
Listen, can you tell me what age a girl can have sex at? Wise or Religious?
It depends on the state.
According to you. And your belief in survive and reproduce, what is the legal age for a girl to have sex?
Notice he said legal, and that's about the state, right?
No. For your belief,
do you understand
for your belief in survival and reproduction, your belief in survival and reproduction.
You even use the word legal. I do have to get off.
Okay, forget the legal. What is your age? What is the age for you, Wise or Religious?
You would have lost your own argument.
What is the age for your belief?
You would have lost your own argument.
Wise or Religious? What is the age?
I'll talk to you tomorrow, dude.
No. Go quickly. Go. Can't you give me an age? Can you not give me an age? Can you not give me an age?
No, I can't give you an age.
You can't. Why can't you give me an age?
Because it's personal preference.
Why can't you give me an age?
If a girl
personal preference. What is it? What is it according to?
If a girl wants to have sex with the alleged prophet at the age of 9, I guess that's okay.
What is it according to? Wise or Religious? What is it according to in your belief?
If
what is it? What is it?
9-year-old girl wants to have sex with the 50-year-old prophet, I guess that's okay.
Our confirmed prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. All right, so let's leave it there.
I'll talk
to you tomorrow if you're on, Reactionary.
All right, Wise. So big up. Thanks for coming on.
Y'all be safe.
All right, mate.
I'm gonna jump on a little while, inshallah, as well, yeah?
Okay, dude, nice one. So there you have it, folks. It was an interesting conversation there. Wiso brought the heat today, I have to say, and I think we survived. You know, I think we did well. Inshallah, next time we'll give him the questions, yeah. And I think that's where Luton came in, from that perspective, to start asking Wiso the questions. I enjoy it when Wiso brings questions, though. Yeah, he puts you in spots because he's thought about the questions. Like he takes time. He reflects on the hadiths, and I wouldn't be surprised, right? There's a potential for Wiso to become one of the first scholars of Islam, right? Who is not a Muslim, a non-Muslim scholar of Islam. Can you believe it? Because he does research quite well, you know, and Allah knows best. I do hope that Wiso comes to Islam. I think you're close, Wiso, and I think you know it as well. You know this is the truth, and inshallah soon, if you just open your heart to Allah, that's it. You'll surrender. It's time. It's time, Wiso. Come and let's take your shahada, inshallah. And yeah, to be fair, you know, it's not necessarily we don't want it to be entertainment. It's not a show for the public to watch. It's something you could do in private in your own time. Yeah, so but yeah, man, I would like to witness it. That would be fantastic. I'd be honored, Wiso, to be a witness to your shahada. Ishmael Fletcher says, Wiso is drunk, don't waste your time. I don't think he was drunk. He was going to work. He sounded quite reasonable today. Why so religious? The Madkhali atheist that doesn't believe in rebelling against Donald Trump. Hey, why so religious? Come tomorrow to the Joe Baz. So what's it called? What's his name? Yeah, why so? You've been invited back to the arena. Is that Joe Baz? Are you part of the F Dawah team? Oh, sorry, EF Dawah team. Are you part of the EF Dawah cult? Suad Muhammad says, smiley face. Okay, good. What else we got? A lone wolf says US, India, Russia, Israel, and Saudi working together and upgrading their military. Okay. Did George Galloway win, Reginda? Did he win, or are they still counted? Come on, mate. Somebody tell me what happened in Batley. I wouldn't be surprised if Ralph is live streaming the event from the ground. Here we are in Batley. We're watching the election results unfold. Lots of postal votes still coming in. It's a neck and neck race, but George Galloway is just screeching ahead. There he goes. He's gone past Jo Cox's lesbian sister. He's gone clear. Naz Shah left behind. Galloway for the win. All right, where are we? Joe Baz, no problem. No. Did you block Jen Wallace reactionary? She's wondering. I don't believe I've blocked her. I don't believe I've blocked anyone. I think people have blocked. Maybe she. No, try again, Jen. I don't think you're blocked, to be honest. Let me put the link on. Try and connect. See if you can get in. I don't believe you're blocked. And if you are, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. You'll have to come with a different account until I'm on my laptop. What else we got? Oh, Jordan M. I don't know if that's the real one, but let's see. Still have time to switch over to F Dawah. Jordan M. Okay. Are you guys live? What do you want me to do? Like, are you inviting me on the panel? Is that what you're doing, Jordan? Or are you just inviting me to watch the EF Dawah stream? Which is it? Okay. Reginda says, time to switch to EF Dawah, says Jordan M, the activist. Okay, George Galloway vote. Do George Galloway vote for Labour? Sorry, Ibrahim. No, George Galloway is not with the Labour Party. He's an independent. I think he's an independent. But hopefully he wins and brings havoc to the Parliament building. We'll see. Mr. Islam One says, my main account is blocked here. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. If you're blocked, just come with a different account. Just go and create another account and jump on. It's very easy to do. Watch George Galloway. He said people ain't tell the truth about China. They have not destroyed all the mosques. They have 23,000 mosques in one city alone, more than the whole of America. No, you can't come on the panel. You aren't white. Yeah, all right, mate. So Reginda says still counting. Okay, that's not good. Harith. Ibrahim says he wants you to go to EF Dawah, ask questions, reactionary. Akhi. Yeah, okay, you say so. Like, whoa, okay. What do you want me to do if I go to the EF Dawah channel? Like, ask questions about the Bible? I don't have any questions about the Bible. No questions about the Bible, so I'm not interested in the Bible. If I wanted to learn about the Bible, then I'll go to the EF Dawah channel, but I don't want to learn about the Bible. Not interested. Safia, I will message you tomorrow, inshallah. Says Harith. I don't know why I'm reading that message out. Haino says, have seen the clip to two drag queens visiting primary schools. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. It's awful, isn't it? Rajinder says Galloway should be elected just on the mashing up of the Senate on Iraq. Legendary, yeah. Mr. Islam One says, I unsubbed from EF Dawah after Ramadan. Best decision I made. Whoa! Oh, look at that. Read that, please, EF Dawah team. Read that comment. Please read. I don't know who Mr. Islam One is, but read that comment. Ishmael Fletcher says, go ask them about Exodus 21:20. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. Sorry, bro. That is hilarious. I can't believe somebody would write that about EF Dawah. He said, I unsubbed from EF Dawah after Ramadan. Why is that the best decision you made? Like, is that better than deciding to, I don't know, repent from your sins or something. How is that a better decision? You see, this must be a fake Jordan M. Jordan M wouldn't ask for the link. Plus, I posted the link anyways. Whoever wants to jump on is welcome. Haritha al-Maghribiya says, I'm out. Hayakum Allah. Allah yahyik. Allah bless you. And yeah, give you barakah. Samroon. Can't believe the time is 12:30. I don't know if I'm going to stay on. I think I might. I don't know. George married a Chinese girl. Hypocrites. It's not. She's not Chinese. I think she's like what's it? Thailand. I think she's from Thailand. Correct me if I'm wrong. Reginda says, give Jordan M the link. That's not the real Jordan M. He's a fake. He says, stop being a wet wipe. Yeah, the real Jordan M would have said wet biscuit, not wet wipe. Yeah, it's not the real one. Ah, his wife is Dutch Indonesian. Yeah, okay, interesting. Mr. Islam 1 says, Sajid Lipham and Daniel Hakikat Jew are good channels, way better than EF Dawah. Let me highlight that. Okay. Yep. So EF Dawah needs a bit of fans, needs some supporters. I don't know if we can find any. Just give me the damn link. That is not the real, definitely not the real Jordan M. Plus, I posted the link. You can just scroll up. Whoever you are, why are you pretending to be Jordan M? Okay, look, whoever you are. By the way, this isn't for the fake Jordan M. This is just for whoever is in the chat. Just click the link, jump on, give me your thoughts. A lone wolf says, some Muslims on here will cuss out non-Muslims, then kiss non-Muslims' backsides when it suits them. Some Muslims on here will cuss out non-Muslims, then kiss non-Muslims' backside when it suits them. I don't know what that means. A lone wolf, can you like give a bit of clarity in what you said there? Abu React, you still in contact with brother Abu Mujahid? No, bruv. Sorry, I'm not. No. I think there's some brothers might be, but I'm not. I haven't heard from him in a long time. I only saw him online on the panels. Yeah. Rajinder says, topic, is EF Dawah just gangster? Says Jordan M. I don't get that, Rajinder. Sorry, don't get that. La quwwata illa billah. Jordan M says, can anyone else see the link? Ah, you know why you can't see it, Jordan M? If that's the real Jordan M, the reason you can't see it is because you have me blocked. That's why. You have me blocked. Try one of your other accounts and then you can see it. Yeah, why so religious? Absolutely correct with that comment. This could be the real Jordan M then, because the reason I say that is because he can't see my comments. So I'll tell you what, I'll write the comment in the description, okay, of the show. And you might see it there. So if I go to the comments, to the description section, there's the link. Okay, can anybody look at the description or refresh the page, go to the description and tell me if you can see the link? The link is there. But that's very unusual if it's the real Jordan M, because he never kind of loses his cool. That was a bit of a sort of ruffled feathers type of comment that you posted there, Jordan. Let me see. There it is. Stop being a wet wipe. Oh, who's this? Let's see if it's a real or a fake. Hello. Alaikum salam. Brother Jordan M. How you doing, brother? All good, bro.
Oh, hang on a minute. Let me turn my YouTube off. No one seems to believe it's me anymore. There's so many fake Jordan M's.
Yeah, I was doubtful. But what did it for me is when you said you can't see the link, because then I realized, that's the real
I blocked you a long time ago, and I don't know what, when you block someone in the chat, when they're trolling you and you just can't be bothered, so you block them from that. There's no way of unblocking that.
There is. I don't remember how to do it actually, but I found it on YouTube because
it was when you were being racist to me regularly. I decided
I have to oppress the white people in our community.
How are you doing anyway? I haven't seen you for a while around these streets.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, all good, bro.
Had a good break?
Yeah, since Ramadan, I think I've kind of been off YouTube and I've been traveling a bit and just
Alhamdulillah.
Refreshing. Yeah, it's good to be away. But this recent sort of goings on, been a bit troublesome.
I seem to be involved in it. So
you got some explaining.
Yeah, I basically firstly I put a video on my channel, and I still hold this. I think Zubayda's got a lot of potential. I think she's a strong woman. I think she's got potential if she wants to sort of get her act together and do, she sort of talks about maybe being more active and things like that. And it was also a video just saying, I understand why she kicked Banksy's backside. And then I was also involved in, they contacted me, it was me, Jat, and someone else, and we tried to create peace between the two sides, which obviously didn't work at all. So I was involved in a meeting where we sort of tried to convince people to see if they could let it all go and move on. That, was pretty chocolate teapot kind of stuff. And since then I've been involved. I guess people see me on one of the teams, or they've created two sides, and I seem to be found myself in one of them.
Yeah, I see people trying to call you out, and
I think the lesson is I should have just not got involved. But the thing is, I like coming to these streams, and it's nice when obviously there's always going to be a bit of trolling and messing around, but overall you still can learn things from them. But they've just become complete toxic chambers, and it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah, I think what I remember is that before Ramadan, Faz was doing a bunch of shows on Sikhi, and it was really interesting because we were learning all about the Sikh religion, right? Something I never learnt about in my life. And then the Muslims seemed to be united at the time. There was even some Hindus jumping on and getting smashed by the Muslims. And then Ramadan arrived, and the Muslims said, "We're gonna," every Ramadan Muslims usually sort of disappear. They'll flock to your channel for your daily streams. But for some reason it started off well, and then I even saw a video where Zubayda and See Alive teamed up. That was what I remember. And the next thing I heard, they turned enemies again. So
a lot of this is here today, gone tomorrow stuff, isn't it? You'll see people, the teams will eventually, I guess peace will eventually be made. And then, I don't follow too much, but I see sort of, I don't know, weird allegiances online with people like Banksy and Afghan. I think I just find that bizarre, but I don't know.
And Ralph, big up Ralph.
Yeah, your little allegiance of Ralph. You're a bit weird with that too. But no one can work you out, reactionary. You're law unto yourself.
Yeah, tried to be.
So what are you, a far right? Are you an ethno-nationalist Muslim now?
I'll tell you what I am. I'm someone who, occasionally in the morning, if I see somebody's live, I'll click on their video, and if there's an interesting conversation to have, and I hear Islam mentioned, I'll have an opportunity to defend Islam.
Really? So you'll go on Banksy's live, will you, and do
actually,
that?
No, I avoid
exactly that. Yeah,
but Ralph's channel, you'll hear some intelligent conversation, right? So he'll present
Ralph,
the latest.
I can't deny Ralph's got
research.
intelligence. I just can't take him seriously now anymore from what the stuff the flip flop turns and the stuff he's said in the past. I don't know. For me, I just can't look past someone mocking the New Zealand attack and stuff like that. It's not something that I just let slide. Maybe that's a weakness in me. But a lot of these people have said things in the past that I just won't. I'll never associate with them ever again. That's my stance.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay. My goal isn't to sort of be an advocate for Ralph here in this discussion, but what I'll say is that he did apologize for that, an outright apology, and numerous times as well. And he is what do you call it? Okay. One thing that drew me to Ralph's channel is I used to give him a hard time online, by the way, and to the extent that Ralph himself would ask me, please give me a break, right? And that's something Ralph never does to anybody. But what I will say is he started doing videos where he was reviewing Speaker's Corner debates. And some of the debates he was reacting to were like Hashim versus a bunch of Christians who would turn up, or Hamza versus some atheists. I think he may have done the Hamza Aaron Ra debate. He also done Sabur. So he would take the Muslims' arguments and he was explaining why the Muslims were correct in these debates and breaking them down. And he done a fantastic job. He even debated Stop Spamming and I think Rob Speaker's Corner on the subject of freedom of speech. Right, and he broke it down using the concept of some Stanford research on free speech. I forgot what it's called.
Do you think he's, because some people have the ability to argue from either side. Some people are smart enough; they're good at that. I mean, do you remember the things you said about Aisha and things like that? For me, they just don't. I don't care if Ralph starts defending Islam. I really don't care. I'll still ban him out.
Yeah, those times that he did that, if you watch, you'll see that he was reacting to people who were pressuring him. And when he said those comments, he said what he thought would really hurt the people who were making those comments. The poor judgment in doing so is that it doesn't just affect the people who were insulting him, but it affects all of the Muslim ummah. That's where his poor judgment came in. But obviously when he's at those times as well, you could see he was drinking a bit at the time. He used to have shaky hands and he used to smoke heavily. But when he's in a sort of sensible state of mind, he's like when he's doing what he's recently been doing online, I have to support him in that. I can't criticize it.
Yeah. You know what? I'm buying into some of what you're saying. So I'm aware that I often take a stance that sometimes is. And look, I'm someone that came from the opposite. I was never as bad as Ralph, but I certainly was not a fan of Islam. And now look at me. But yeah, I struggle with people like this Afghan guy, whatever. I don't care if he's defending Islam. The stuff he's done in the past just is enough for me to just throw him out there. I don't know. Anyway, Allah knows best.
Did you just make takfir on Afghan there, Jordan?
Oh, is he Muslim?
he's giving dawah right now to the.
Is he Muslim? Is he? All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, he's my brother. He
keeps claiming it. So I don't know. This guy's weird.
I think we got. And one thing I've learned is not to take. I come on these streams, but you've got to learn to not take people too seriously. A lot of people just have got too much time on their hands, and they almost live in different characters in their own heads, aren't they?
True.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking, what do you think of Jada Franson?
If she is going on to Ralph streams, I'd pretty much say she's politically dead. so she's pretty much trying to pull herself back out, isn't she? But I think unless she changes her position, and I don't know what her position is, she needs a radical change to get back in the game.
Okay. Do you know what Ralph's connection is with these people?
I've no doubt. I mean, I remember Pat used to inform me a bit about Ralph, and Pat directed him to a stream once, and Ralph was on with Mark Collette or something, talking to like 1,000 people, and even mentioned my name. He's like, "There's this convert in the speaker's corner," and everyone started saying, "Oh, it's traitor, get him!" Oh, bloody hell! But yeah, I guess to answer your question, I don't really know his real contact, but I'm aware that he is connected amongst these people. But I've seen Ralph at protests on his own. These people ignore him, so he's not in like he says he is. That's for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I tell you what I've observed with Ralph, and I don't know if you heard of these a company called Cambridge Analytica.
Yes.
Or Steve Bannon in the United States, these type of people. Who did we have before? Alistair Campbell with the Labour Party.
Yeah.
Think of him as one of those sorts of people. But what he brings to the table is data analytics. So he will be able to speak. So Jada Franson, as an example, she started a new party. I think it's called the British Freedom Party. Now, she started a party. Yeah, and she has to start leafleting, and like, how is she going to get votes, right?
Even Tommy couldn't do it, so I don't see her doing it. But yeah,
now,
I don't know. Is it an ethno-nationalist party then? Is it rather than this we hate Muslims?
Yeah, she's saying now that she's an ethno-nationalist. Well, there's a bit of confusion because she's arguing Christian nationalism and then she's arguing ethno-nationalism at the same time, depending on who she's speaking to. So I guess the point is, if she's now running for election, how does she go about it? What are the keywords that she needs to use on her leaflets or when she goes door to door, etc.? So what Ralph is able to do is to say, if you wear this color lipstick, the impact on the people you're speaking to is going to be negative. So you need to use a different color lipstick.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I get
if
that.
you use these keywords when you're approaching people, because what the problem with these far right groups, right? They're what do you call residue? They're basically residue of the old what do you call it? The NF days.
The old Britain like BNP sort of lot, aren't they?
BNP, the residue of the BNP. And our society has moved on from that. The public will not vote for somebody who uses that same sort of language. Right? Then they're just gonna be rubbed the wrong way.
100%.
But what Ralph is able to do by coming on these platforms that we're engaged in, he's able to trigger certain conversations, look at the results. How do people react to certain conversations? And he'll take all the keywords, right, using his software, filter it out, and come up with, well, when you say this is the outcome. When you say that, that's the outcome.
Okay. I get that. I get what you're saying.
Sell that. Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made in.
But go on. I mean, I get this Cambridge Analytica stuff. It's real, and there are trigger words or trigger things, and even the way I think Tommy's probably been advised, and a lot of these people, at one time, going against Muslims would get you votes. Now I'm not sure that works. But are you telling me Ralph sits on G Block for like 12 hours? Listening to a conversation between Banksy and I don't know IC3, and you're telling me he's getting he's getting information that's important.
Yeah, I think part of it is gathering data, and the other part is just you're bored and you need some mental stimulation by arguing with people.
Yeah,
and he's good at trolling, right? So he had a conversation today with a guy called Wabfunk. That was hilarious. But Ralph actually ended up running away. I have to admit that he did run away.
Interesting. Interesting.
So what happened then? Have you linked up with Dr. Baker, Abdul Haq Baker? What's that?
Yeah. So Dr. Baker, Sheikh Green. There's a Newcastle FM channel that streams on my channel. I'm just honoured to be alongside those guys. I've been in a position where my channel has grown a bit, so I'm happy to just give platforms to, because for whatever reason, and I don't know why it is, the good stuff, us Muslims aren't watching that. The good lectures and the gems that some of these brothers are giving. You go on their lives and it's like 10 people watching. I'm sitting in my car talking rubbish about my life, and there's a couple of hundred. I think, and I'm not saying less people should maybe watch the lesser stuff, but more people should be engaged with the but I don't know your experience with these guys. They're not really social media savvy, are they? They just kind of they put their stuff out there, and it's kind of like Allah will look after the rest. But I think you need to get in with the social media nowadays.
I don't know. Like I know I can see definitely on the YouTube side, you'd see there's like one viewer or two viewers maximum occasionally, right? But on the Facebook side, apparently there seems to be. I don't know how many viewers are on the Facebook side.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. I think they've got a lot on Facebook. I guess Facebook's the older generations, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not too good myself, to be honest.
I know that.
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding. No, you're doing well, bro. You're doing well. You've gone clear right now. I think I don't know how many subs you're. I don't I haven't been following, but I'm sure you're doing well.
Yeah, I don't really keep like your views and follows and stuff. That honestly doesn't make me sort of inspire me to do or to chase that side of it. I just do what I do. Sometimes I wonder if I should even be online. And sometimes I think, well, if it's benefiting people, I'm always sort of 50-50.
Well, people are viewing you, so you must be that there must be a demand for you as well, right? You're supplying people the demand that they have. So until you start seeing 0 views, I mean, sometimes even if you got 1 viewer or no viewers, it's just therapeutic to get your thoughts out there sometimes. Right?
My channel is, I don't do open panels. I strictly talk about Islamic stuff, but I've been Muslim 4 years. I'm not the most knowledgeable. So my channel really, you're not going to come there and learn a lot from it, but people seem to be interested in the journey. Obviously, I've done the Dave and Jeff stuff and stuff like that, which has got popular. And to be honest, my favorite thing to do is just point out the hypocrisies amongst the Islamophobes, because it's hilarious, things about the burqa, banning the burqa and stuff like that. It's just hilarious, the hypocrisies when you see people now in hoodies and masks walking around.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I'm going to keep going at the moment and see. I'm looking for different ideas and stuff. Today I was at the Uyghur rally, and I did a talk in front of a few hundred, and I quite enjoyed that. I quite enjoy the activist side of it as well.
Is that on your channel?
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay, I need to check that out. So everyone go to Jordan's channel, and I'm sure you're all already subscribed to Jordan. Everyone knows Jordan, right? So
everyone except for Mr. Islam. He unsubscribed.
No, he didn't say he unsubbed from you. He said EF Dawah, bro. Like, that's,
fair enough. Yeah.
And I don't know why. I don't recall the reason.
Yeah, you've created this kind of anti-EF Dawah. Only you could do that. I don't even I think, you know what, even the most Islamophobe channels will go on, they go, yeah, those EF Dawah guys are right. They know their stuff. Only on Reactionaries channel.
Right, you should have seen YSO and me had a good conversation about it.
What a bunch of cults these things are.
Yeah, the Zakir Naik following movement. What was I going to say? Something else.
Yeah, Abu Bilal's comment is right. I thought when I got into YouTube, I thought maybe other English people can see me and go, well, actually, Islam isn't just for the brown man with a beard. Maybe it's for white people too. But to be honest, most of my subscribers are probably mostly all born Muslim that see someone from the West converting to Islam, and that seems to give them I don't understand the mindset. You might understand that more than me. But yeah, if it works, alhamdulillah.
Okay, I've got okay, Mr. Islam 1 has responded today. He said,
oh man, what was I to do, Mr. Islam 1? Let me know. Let me know. Do I have to do a video on how I hate the kafar?
Have you and YSO spoken? I think you must have, right?
I don't know. He's a bit odd. He's a bit odd, that one.
He's got knowledge.
Yeah.
I
give him that. I give him that. I think he does he clearly goes and does his research and stuff.
Is Joe Baz part of EF Dawah?
Joe Baz is always there. I reckon Joe Baz is a long-time subscriber, that's for sure.
Okay.
Who wouldn't be reactionary? Are you not a subscriber of EF Dawah?
No, I'm not actually. No.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I am. I probably was, but I don't think I am anymore.
What annoyed you? Was it me?
No.
Was it seeing white people all in a like,
maybe that?
Maybe you said these white people in t-shirts. It looks like a cult.
Okay. I'm not trying to take the conversation the wrong way, but if you're open to just a little bit of what's the word? A little bit seriousness. Is that okay? Or?
Am I not taking this serious? Okay.
No. I may come across as serious, and don't take it the wrong way. Okay.
No, I always try not to upset you reactionary, so I try and keep the tone light because I know you're quite a sensitive soul. But I will. Right.
I am a wet biscuit, as you know. So.
No, we don't use that word. I didn't know what that meant before I called you it. Yeah, so
I know. I kind of did.
But the fact that you knew was a bit more disturbing than me saying it. I think.
No, it was Buddha Bing who brought it up. Who pointed it out, and then I sort of milked it a bit. I know, wet biscuit milk. I am. But what I was going to say is, okay, so with regards to racism, the topic of race, because that's what we just mentioned. Have you, since going to Speaker's Corner and started and become Muslim, etc., have you become more aware of race than you were? Or more aware of racism?
Yes. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think I've sort of opened my eyes have opened up to a bit more. Like, I think before I was pretty ignorant to it, and I may have even not taken part in racism, but I didn't have any friends really of color. That's just the way it is, isn't it? You just kind of, my friends were mostly white, hang around in white circles. When I converted to Islam, I meet brothers like Isa Frimpong, spend time with him, think, wow, this is one of the most beautiful brothers you can know. I meet respect. I meet these people, and it opens my eyes up. I've you go to a masjid. I've never met people from this country, that country, and all of a sudden we're all brothers, and you suddenly have a connection. So it's definitely made me a bit more international. As you know, I was a Brexit voting right winger before I came into Islam. I'd still vote Brexit, but I was a lot probably more patriotic side. I'll tell you something, and I don't say this too often. Jupiter reminds me of my mum, so that's the sort of my family would be that kind of way of thinking, and I was probably similar.
I think hopefully Jupiter takes that as a compliment, and I was gonna because to have something come from a Muslim might.
Did I even ask you a question, or did I sidestep around it?
No, you did. You indicated that you became more aware of racism around you than you had been in the past.
Do you know? I'll add one more thing to it as well. This. I became quite sensitive in the park to things. Whether it's from COE, whether it's and I had this chat to Raven, and I think do you know what it is? As a white person, you're not really used to hate. I'm not used to people hating me just for being something. So you convert to Islam, and you're suddenly receiving this hate just for being Muslim. I hadn't grown that thick layer of skin that a black person probably is, or a Pakistani, or anyone has had to grow up in this country with. I've lived a life where you're just, I'm not going to say popular, but no one's ever had a reason to not like me up until now.
So you always felt that you fitted in no matter where you were?
Yeah, I always felt, if I went for a job, I had a good chance of getting it. Most decisions all went my way. When I look back at my life, everything was pretty fine. I'm not saying it's not now, but you just notice, go Speaker's Corner, or you notice, online, all of a sudden now I'm Muslim. If for instance, if I jump on a panel, I think it's different, isn't it, me being a Muslim than me just being Jordan the White Geezer. It's like you're on trial as a Muslim. Yeah.
Were you sort of, prior to becoming Muslim, were you less cautious about your behavior?
Yeah, I think, ignorant, really.
Would you say now you're, what's the word? Considerate, not considerate.
I think I know where you're going. Let's keep going.
I know. Well, what I mean is, are you more, what's the word? My mind's gone blank. But the word I'm trying to say is, it means, are you more observant of the fact that what you say is going on record, on video, and now
Yeah.
Therefore, you're a bit more conservative with what you
say. And the thing is, so I get advised, obviously, from the other brothers. You know, they say, you know, your platform's growing. You know, you have to be careful now. You know, and when I go Speaker's Corner now I may be more known. You know, I'm going to get, you know, people coming up to me because if they make a video and expose me or get something out of me, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, potentially. Like, for example, you at one point, I remember you expressed an interest at some point in the future, maybe running for like to be an MP or a councillor or something. And what people will do, they'll go through your history on video and say, "Oh, look at what he said in the past." That's what they do with all these MPs. That's
a good point. That's a good point. And you know what? I'm probably not as worried about that as I should be, because I don't know. I you know, this. I do doubt. This is sort of on the side for me. I have my own life, my own career. I guess I haven't, and sometimes I am probably a bit lax with that. So yeah, but I should.
No, I wasn't asking that to say you don't do it, or no. I was just wondering if that's something you've been thinking about. Okay, so in terms of we were talking about racism. Do you think the people who benefit from racism should be more outspoken against it?
Good question.
And by the way, these questions, when I'm asking them to you, I'm not directing them at you.
No, it's a good question. Because do you know what? There's nothing more annoying, is there, than those middle class white people at BLM rallies talking out against racism, because they don't really mean it, do they? They're there with their white privilege, sort of virtual signaling, aren't they?
You find them annoying?
Yeah, I think they're annoying.
Well, and I think, are they doing what they should be doing?
I think the majority of them are insincere with it.
So you think, virtue signal is the word you used. Yeah,
there's a very left wing sort of thing now, isn't it? To and I hope I guess the Muslims don't really have. No, to be honest, the Muslims do have it. So you know, a lot of the left wing will throw Uyghur marches as well and stuff, and stand alongside Muslims while they're oppressed. But you know that they don't agree with Islam.
Yeah, and we saw after the BLM or the George Floyd incident, all of a sudden, all the Muslim YouTube channels started inviting black guests on. Do you know what?
I think white people. I mean, I do speak up about it, but generally, I think white people should probably shut up about it most of the time, because, I don't think white people generally can really understand it from a black person's point of view, anyway, can they?
No, I don't think so. Not to the same extent, but I think just injustice can be recognized. So, for example, do you remember when you went to Speaker's Corner for the first time with your camera? The first time you were filming from there.
It's about the Nation of Islam.
Yeah. So you recognized what racism was, or you felt it. Right?
Yeah.
That caused your reaction at the time, and it didn't feel good. And you spoke up against it, right? Didn't you?
Yeah.
So, do you think it's coming from that perspective, right? Is it possible for the people who benefit from racism to? Is there a different way than that they should challenge the racist system that they may be benefiting from?
Yeah, I think you made a good point. Part of it, sort of white people, was firstly is even recognizing it, isn't it? Most white people won't. I'll not say most, but won't really understand what you talk about when you say institutionalized racism or things like that. The Nation of Islam incident, I look back on that and I do wonder, you know, I took quite a lot of offense to it. And do I really need to? The, Nation of Islam are a little fringe movement that spawned out of the back of a horrific history. But my issue wasn't really with the Nation of Islam. It was Shakarar and Raven, who are, to me, the black man next door. Clapping when someone is preaching that the white man is born the devil. Now, I don't care if you say I'm a devil because I've got ancestors that may be slave masters, but if you say to me me and my family are born evil, I'm going to challenge it, and I challenged it. And to be honest, I believe Shakarar and Raven were not so sincere back with it. And I thought it made for an interesting comment. I think at the end of the day, I don't think they see me as just, you know, your typical white man, and maybe they didn't want to sort of maybe tell me what I wanted to hear anyway.
Yeah, that was. You could see that it was quite there was a bit of a shock. Now today, I guess
Issa destroyed them though, man. Issa Frimpong. They did a stream without me there discussing it. He just destroyed all their points.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so in terms of you made a good point that a lot of society doesn't even acknowledge the fact that racism exists.
Yes.
And today I was having a discussion. I remember hearing an interview on Radio 4 with this nurse from the UK who moved to the United States. But what the statistics have proven recently as well is that in the UK, deaths during childbirth, so the mother dying during childbirth, for example, I think it's like 80% of the deaths are Black women. 80%. So if you look at the society, the Black women represent maybe 5% of the population. Then why is it that 80% of the deaths are Black? Is there something genetic? Is there some sort of racism? Now, this nurse who's moved to the United States and she's doing a lot of research there, and she's got her own clinic now. What she's her research is showing is that there is racism, definitely, that's the cause, but it's what you might call subconscious racism.
So it's like just a bit of a lack of care to them rather than the others, yeah?
Yeah. So if a Black woman complains about some pain or something, it will be dismissed. It won't be taken seriously. Whereas the white patient will be, treated with more care and urgency, etc.
I tell you, my experience with the NHS, my mum was ill recently. They're useless with white and Black people, to be honest. I'm surprised at that stat. I am surprised at that stat. I do believe that Black people probably, like you say, subconsciously will get less of a, I definitely believe that in hospital will get less of a, as you're saying, maybe less attention or less care. I do believe that may well be the case. But most white people would take offense to that, wouldn't they? And say you're accusing nurses,
clap for the NHS.
Yeah. So I think see, racism's gone like. I view it's completely different to what I used to because I used to view racism on a level playing field. If you call me a white this, you're the same racist as if I call you a brown this. But and obviously spending time with Raspex helped. The dynamics of the society are that in reality, even if someone calls me a white whatever, it ain't going to affect my life. But I can inflict racism upon brown or Black people. And that's not to say that brown and Black people can't be racist at all, because I just think it's probably a different word for it, isn't there?
Yeah, agreed. So, for example, you made a good point with the Nation of Islam. Their racist rhetoric won't result in you dying.
No, it won't affect me at all. I can laugh at them, can't I, and walk away, and it's nothing's going to happen.
However, the racist underpinnings of our society does result in people dying, where we've got 80% of Black women dying in childbirth.
Yes.
So that's why I guess there is a difference. But do you think maybe we can start spreading awareness amongst, I don't know, the population to try and speak up about racism? It's kind of ignored. And if, I don't know, like the BLM movement, you've got a counter movement saying white lives matter or all lives matter, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get the topic to get too.
No, I think it's a good talk. I think one final thing I say, I actually used to watch these. Remember they used to do the G, what was it? When they used to do the circle.
The G circle.
G circle. So so to be honest, the Speaker's Corner, it all wraps up at the end. This music comes on and they all form they form a circle. And I used to sometimes watch in on that and listening to. So a lot of people, when they think of a Black person who's going to complain about the police stopping them, think of like some kind of gangster, like hoodie kind of guy. I remember listening to these really articulate people that are dressed like white people. talking still the same about they're still getting stopped more by the police. They're still, you know, some of them were talking about getting sexually abused by the police and stuff like that. Yeah, and I think the more people hear stuff like that, because that did open my eyes up. Because even in my mind, I think back then I thought, well, the reason why black people are being stopped is probably because they're doing more crime and the way they're sort of acting. But it ain't the case. The black person could be behaving perfectly fine, wearing a suit, walking down the road. The white guy could be on the other side, scruffy, hoodie, walking like one leg's bigger than the other. They're still more likely to stop the black guy.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Is that man like Khan?
Yes, bro. How you doing?
How's it going, man?
Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, man. Speaking about racism, I'd like to mention the distinct underrepresentation of black and ethnic minority people in Russell Group universities. They think about it like these are the universities that kind of like provide.
So less black people in university. Your mic's quite low.
I've never heard Khan so quiet in my life.
Yeah, normally like
nice
normally your mic's like buzzing. Are you in a doghouse or something? Have you upset the missus?
He got put in the boot by the ex-gang members, and they're just driving around. Instead of calling the police, he's calling us.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I got like different sets of speakers running at the same time. So all I was saying is like I think this basically boils down to this illusion of democracy, right? That everybody's equal, but in actual fact, what we're living in is like a caste system where it's different groups of people are marginalized at a different rate to kind of like create like levels of society. Get me? So certain groups will be marginalized more than others. Certain groups will be favoritized more than others. But basically amounts to a caste system, right? Now, I personally believe that I've got no evidence for this, just me just talking, right, from living in this country. I think because it's a small country, there is this kind of glass ceiling where, you know, like they can't let immigrants kind of penetrate beyond because they'll have so much influence over how the country's run, right? So the elite people are basically motivated to enforce this. Like, they have to for their self-preservation, right? So they create this racist kind of like rhetoric and ideology that permeates throughout the whole kind of like country on every level, and they don't do nothing really to stop it, because ultimately their main goal is to stop your children becoming educated enough to basically propel themselves into positions of authority in this country, right?
You know how
if you look at the amount of A levels you need to get into Oxford or Cambridge or wherever it is, the average school does not provide you with even the opportunity of getting that. You could be a genius, right? You're not going to get there, right? So that's number one. Number two, there is like, out of all the professors in the United Kingdom, like 1% are ethnic minorities, right? So they're underrepresented, and basically there's no role models for the children, right? Number three, their socio-economic circumstances that they're living in is also stopping them, right? So we have this kind of like marginalization of these people, like obviously me, like whoever, right? So you got to remember the people that we're talking about, right, that run this country come through a certain education like route. They go to certain establishments and they then are propelled into positions of power. Like even that mug, Nigel Farage, for example. You know what I mean? He went to the right school. You get me? That's how he is who he is. He didn't know the people that he knew, like the Old Boys Network or whatever. He wouldn't have been the person that he ultimately ended up becoming. Then Boris Johnson, all these type of people, right? They're all been to these kind of schools, right? So what is the importance of this? Ultimately is that the intelligentsia right, of this country is where change happens. It doesn't matter if 1 million painters and decorators and builders take the streets protesting about injustice or whatever. Nothing's going to change on that level, right? Doesn't matter if Tommy Robinson gets half the country up in arms. Nothing's going to happen. But on the level of intelligentsia, where policy is dictated, where the education syllabus itself is decided, right? That's the level where change occurs, and that's the level where people are being kept out of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with you. And bringing up the Oxbridge thing, that's definitely everyone. They look at like the stats of like black people that get into there each year is ridiculously low all the time, and they never do anything about it. I don't think it's exclusively racism, to be honest. It's also the lower class white people as well. Any ethnic minorities. I think I was reading. I remember reading up about this. I think the Asian community are doing fairly well in the Oxbridge service. But even they'll be limited. They won't let too many in.
If you was working class and you moved up to middle class, you'd become middle class. You'd adopt those values, right? So if you was a working class child that managed to make it into Oxford and get yourself into like a high paying job and you mingled with these people, you would become them. But that would not be the same case for somebody of a different color.
True. Yeah, so but I'd say that's right. That's the difference between club. I'd say the system is set up so much against that working class person. It's very unlikely. But you are right. A white working class person has the ability to get up there. I guess they're just very unlikely to.
So this is what I'm saying. I'm saying like this democracy thing is an illusion, and like a lot of people that you see on these panels that like run their mouths like they've got saying how this country's run, and it's just because they've been emboldened by this ideology that it's like one man, one vote, and every person's opinion counts. In reality, how the country's run and who dictates the changes, it's just nothing like that at all.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? But everyone's under this illusion. Like that's the reason why people like Jupiter running her mouth, like as if anyone cares what she thinks. Like if there was 1 million Jupiters, like she couldn't change one thing in this country. It's just how the system's run. And it's easy to spot in England because England's such a small country. Like so we can work we can see the pattern, we can see what's happening in front of our eyes. It's obvious. You know what I mean? But on like on a level of the glass ceiling, you got to ask yourself, like, even when it comes to class, the only person that's really made it into like, I don't know, like establishment, like what is it, the Knights of the Garter, is like Alan Sugar. He's just one person. All the rest of them are like ex-prime ministers and things like that, and people like on a very high level that dictate how this country's run and interface with the government from like the Queen sort of position. Like they kind of like talk on her behalf. Like they're like he's on a high level. Like we're not really expecting anyone to kind of like make it that far. Do you know what I mean? But do you know what I'm saying? Like people.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just frustrating, man. It's like
I think though, Khan, I like on the other side as well. Though, from what I've seen in this country, there were so many opportunities to make money. Whether it's setting your own businesses, whether it's property. And I think there are opportunities outside the university system as well. That's one good thing about this country, I think, that you might not get in other countries. I do think that. I do think maybe ethnic minorities can encourage each other to look outside the box. I'm
not trying to run the country down. Like I love Britain. I think it's one of the fairest and like one of the best societies to be living in at the moment.
The establishment
to be here compared to like Europe, like, but I'm just pointing out the mechanism.
Yeah.
So you know, if you want to see change, you have to recognize the mechanism that you're up against and basically do things to kind of like counter that. So what people really need to do is basically hire like private tutors to educate their children beyond the level that the local school can educate your child. Right?
Yeah.
Now the thing is, for people to do that, they have the number one thing in terms of behavior, right, to get people to do something, is they have to believe that it's going to work. Like people will not invest energy into something that they don't believe is going to work, because humans by nature are efficient. They won't waste time and something that's not going to work, right? So then this is where the role models come in. So when you see a role model, it empowers you to believe that what you're doing can work, and you will try it and do that. And the more people try, yeah, eventually you will see change. It will take time, but it will work, right? But the thing is, in this country, we have like, out of all the professors in this country, right, it's like 1% that are like the right color, like to make a difference to children. And I think that when you go to schools and that, you do see like teachers of like ethnicity, right? But like a professor is like another thing, right? A professor is just like on a higher level than a teacher. Like, I don't know, man. I'm finding it hard to express what I'm trying to say, but like,
Khan, what I'm trying to understand what your point is. I'm not trying to be antagonistic, and you've made some like interesting contemplation anecdotes. But what's your point? Is it a question or an assertion?
My point is that in this country, the establishment are invested in perpetuating racism.
Who? The government?
The establishment.
The establishment, okay.
Right. So they're invested in perpetuating racism throughout society, right? As a working class person, right, you wouldn't be invested. Racism will not really help you. Get me? Like with working class people,
why would they be? Solidarity. Why do they benefit from that? Sorry.
Because they're protecting the intelligentsia from being penetrated by people of color. Because the intelligentsia, right, is where change happens, where change starts from. So to change,
what does intelligentsia mean?
To change, like for example, professors, like higher level, like scientists, for example, people that the government like go to, like think tanks that provide the information for them to act on or put policies down on, right?
Yeah, the thinkers of society, yeah.
Right. Okay. So these people would be the ones that, if the government went to them and said, what should we do about racism? Like they would say, okay, this is what we need to do, and they would basically tell them, and then they would act on it, right? Now, then people ain't there, or they're not invested in that change. That change will never come. It can't come from any other angle. Like it can't come from people on the streets protesting.
Why? How did they benefit? How does the intelligentsia benefit from?
Because they can hold on to their archaic beliefs and their ancient education system that teaches them that people of color are less than, right? So then that justifies their racism. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Jordan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree with Khan in the sense that the establishment are a bunch of white people that are going to keep it as white as possible.
Like David Starkey, like someone like that.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if there's a black person that would benefit them, and saying someone that does come up and was really, but I still think it's very close knitted. Always has been, and it's still very old fashioned up there. Even all of the sort of all of those circles.
We're talking about, Jordan, like the mindset they've got is like, like Prince Philip, like that kind of racism that I'm talking about. Like they have this kind of like superiority like mindset where everyone else is like less human than them. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the problem. That's the problem, because they are elite. They are in a closed little bubble. They do think that they're great, and they do marry each other, like, and they don't like kind of mix with other people, and they're like, they're elite basically is what the word is, isn't it? Like then they're from us, right?
So I guess it's looking at like, I was thinking, what is the solution to this? Because that's never going to change. I guess people need to either sort of overtake them or join them. And I think, I don't know if we can say the Jews on here without, but they're an example of a minority group that have managed to play the game and play it even better, haven't they? And reach high sights and all of those. Would you agree with that?
Not really.
The Who's?
The
Blues.
I don't. I don't see the Jews as successful, really, to be honest. Like, they're just doing what they're good at, right? The Jews just do their job. They're just
they've got themselves in high positions, and they have an impact on the government, and they managed to get into those circles and be influential.
But they just play the game, though. They just do whatever they need to do to get the job done.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's what they do. Like, they're not thingy. They're not what's the word? Like, they're not tied to any particular ethics. Like, they would just do what they need to do, because they have a different set of ethics. Like, their religion is what God told them to do, and they do what God told them to do, but they separate that from how they function in society, which is like completely different. So they won't have a problem. Like, they draw a line in it between their religion or their religious life and their normal life. So they would, like, be a bit do you get what I mean? It's like they're a little bit detached from sort of normal life in a way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Am I making sense? That I'm trying to kind of communicate something, not like.
No, I'm hearing you.
I haven't really thought about it too much, but like, it's like, for example, I'll give you an example here, children. I watched the video of Shamsi talking to two Jews in the park.
Yeah.
Shamsi saying to them, we know the attributes of God. We can say what God is because He told us in the Quran. They're saying in our book, we don't have a description of God's attributes, so we can't say what God is. We can only describe God with negatives. We can say God is not this, God is not that, God is not this, God doesn't do this. Like, they just describe Him with negatives, but they don't take it upon themselves or like put themselves in a position where they can even contemplate what God is. It's something beyond their understanding of what God is, right? So their mindset is basically one of, there's a lot of things that we don't know, that we shouldn't even try to know, but we should still do what we have to do. And it's that kind of like a belief that is basically, God told them what to do, but He didn't tell them why they have to do it. But with Muslims, God told us what to do and why we're doing what we're doing. So if you think about it, Islam is very logical. Everything makes sense. But to a Jew, logic isn't necessary. They don't have to have logic. It's just God said do this, they do it, right? So now how does that translate to them in the real world? Is that, like, if they're working for you, for example, like in the olden days where they said to the Jews, right, we're going to give you the job of being the bankers because we don't want to do it, right? The Jews just got on with it and done the job.
Right? All right, bro, I got a question. It's connected in some way, I suppose. Are either of you fans of Formula One?
No.
Okay, I'm the odd one out then.
That's dead.
But
that's
so with Lewis Hamilton, right? I'm sure we've all heard of him. He's actually Sir Lewis Hamilton now.
Is he?
Yes.
Is that for charity work or sleeping with lots of women? What's he done?
He's won 7 championships. He's got more wins than anybody in the history of Formula One. So he is now statistically the greatest Formula One driver in history, even better than Michael Schumacher, right?
I've met him before. He's a midget. I think they all are, aren't they? The Formula One drivers.
Sit in the car, isn't it?
Bro.
Sit in the car.
If Lewis Hamilton's listening, he might not like that comment, Jordan. So,
I'll take it back. I take it back. Come to Islam.
So I guess what I'm saying is that we can say is highly paid, relatively, right? Compared to, he's the highest paid driver on the grid at least. But in negotiating his contract this year, or last year, they really squeezed him out and said, listen, we can't afford to pay you more than this amount, sorry. And he was left in a position he had to take it or leave it. And the question I've got is that because he's mixed race, but he's viewed as black? If he was white, would there be any question about the salary?
Good point. It also, you could extend that argument to what's his name, Raheem Sterling. Does he get the recognition that he deserves, like based on his performance? You know, like he doesn't, does he? I think,
so
there was an issue there.
Yeah, I don't know the answers.
So she's saying the top sport athletes, even like Tiger Woods, Lewis Hamilton, they also experience this racism at where they are. Because these are obviously people that have come out of the system almost, and would be seen as a success even by the most successful white person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point, because Tiger was highly paid, wasn't he? And Michael Jordan, very highly paid as well. In fact, he's still highly paid. But maybe that's different in the United States. Also, they had good agents representing them. And those agents,
Jewish ones?
Very good agents. Yeah. With...
funny.
I'm not, I said good, you said Jew. Right, so. What else? But Lewis Hamilton... Yeah, and since he did that BLM stance, he started kneeling on the grid, etc. He suddenly faced a lot of opposition from the rest of the Formula One industry, right? A lot of the teams started complaining about him. And it seemed like a lot of the media reports I was reading in the papers, they seemed to be trying to get rid of him from Formula One. They didn't like him anymore. And then on top of that, who used to be involved in Formula One, who died recently? Max Mosley. And you know who Max Mosley is, right? Yeah. He's the son of... I don't remember his father's name, but
so really you've got to sell out, haven't you? You've got to get to the top, a bit like Jay-Z, and sell out. And then if you go to the top and then you start promoting black rights, you're out of there, man. You're out of there.
Basically. You're gonna end up like Bill Cosby.
It's interesting, exactly. It's interesting. The black celebrities can often be like the coolest ones that even the white people look up to. Yeah. Even the racist white people maybe want to be, but there's still that thing, you want to be them, you want to look like them or whatever it is, but you're still racist. It's an interesting mindset, isn't it? That a lot of these, you see racists even maybe taking on some what you'd call black culture within them, but still are completely racist. It's bizarre. I don't get that psychology. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And look, sorry, I feel bad that we ended up talking about race.
I can imagine the EDL going to a march listening to reggae. I can still imagine it. They're just
back in the day, the most racist people, the most racist skinheads used to listen to reggae, right? And back in the day. Yeah.
And Chaz and Dave used to have some reggae sort of beats on their songs. You know who they are? Chaz and Dave.
Yeah.
Hub duo. All right. So what's Jordan? Tell us what's new in the Dawa scene. Anything interesting? Any trends?
So I think Mohammed Hijab has been talking a lot about the amount of views now that the Dawa channels have and the impact we can have on all sorts of things. Maybe we're not utilizing it, and we're not unified. And I agree. I think that a lot of the channels run separately when together. The Dawa channels are like the amount of views. If you put them all together, like your favorite EF Dawa, SC Dawa, Smile Tajana, Ali Dawa, Mohammed Hijab, man, these platforms are huge with the amount of views and influence they have. Do we really use it in the right way? And Mohammed Hijab has been taking criticism for maybe some of the stuff he does. I'm sure Ali Dawa does and stuff like that. That's all sort of minor stuff, but I feel there's a lot of talk now of us unifying and being a bit more of a force. So, and it's good today the Uyghur protest. Zishan from Smile Tajana was there. Ali Dawa was there. Mohammed Hijab would have been there, but he was ill. Adnan Rashid was there. So yeah, this is how it should be, rather than us. Often Muslims you'll find can spend time exposing each other and falling out amongst ourselves. Like a little family does, when I think on the bigger issues, we need to see the bigger picture.
That would be some achievement, no? Oh, walaikum salam.
Watch out, Ben. Watch out, Ben. We actually don't like too many white people on this panel.
Yeah, I'll go then. Bye. No, alhamdulillah. I thought I'd jump on. Why not?
So this is the brother that, remember I told you there's a brother that calls us a white cult.
Yeah, I know reactionary.
Khan, how could you do such a thing? That's terrible.
It is a little bit though, isn't it?
Let's get it going. Let's get some.
It is a bit of a, there's a lot of whiteys in the EF Tower.
Yeah.
I think it's because I think the reason we contacted them is because we saw Hamza as someone that we could identify with, and that's probably what's happened.
Yeah, but Abbas and Imran are obviously Indian and Pakistani, and then you've got Ayaz.
Honorary white.
They're the actual people that created EF Tower along time. They were all people of color, and we have a black revert in our group. We have some others. I guess it's
way. There's a black revert.
Can you believe it?
There's 3 in our group. So what I was going to say, I think it was only since when we started doing the live streams, it had that white vibe because obviously before it was just the 3 of them doing Speaker's Corner, and Hamza was the only white guy. And it was when the revert started to contact EF Tower for support, and then once they got on their feet as Muslims, they felt like, I want to help out. Like EF Tower done so much for us, helped us make those hard decisions in life, like maybe split up with a girlfriend that it wouldn't have worked out, or had arguments with parents, and we've been through this journey, and now we're established in the deen. And I want to help out, and that's what happened. And then you got me, Jordan, and Chris on there as well, and then you got Martin as well, and I think that's how it happened. And then we started doing live streams, and it was just all white faces. So I get that. I get what you mean, to be fair.
I was hoping to troll reactionary.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought I'd ruin it to troll you. That's the thing.
I wanted to say it was actually a tattoo cult, but I thought white.
Yeah, it's all about tattoo. Brilliant. Oh dear. Every month we have a tattoo stream. Oh, by the way, guys, don't forget tattoo. I know tattoos are haram, but you can't keep telling. Oh dear.
Jordan, let me ask you a question, Jordan.
Go on.
Whenever I listen to, which is very rare, right? But whenever I listen to,
thanks, Khan. Thanks, man.
To G Block, and I catch James Johns, he always refers to you, and he mentions this thing about the white savior complex, right? I was going to ask you, do you feel that you get any kind of special treatment for being British, born, or a white revert?
For being a revert?
Do you think you get some sort of are you the poster boy? Like, do you think they're holding you up as some sort of?
Do you know what? There are plenty of white reverts online that struggle to build platforms, and I think to be honest, people like to see the white revert ginger sort of extremist, don't they? I think when you're a bit normal, it has a different effect. But do I think a white revert gets a little bit of I think we're obviously unusual. We're obviously I think I would agree.
Right?
Yeah, I think we've obviously come over from the other side. We I don't know. There is something. There's something about a revert that a born Muslim that inspires a born Muslim, and I don't know.
Apply to African or Caribbean revert? You say?
What does it happen? What if they saw me?
Yeah, I'm saying would you for example get the same treatment as?
Yeah. No, I've spoken about it. So 100% for sure. There's no way a black revert gets the same love that a white revert does. Yeah, no way.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a shame. I don't know why that is.
That's surprised to me. I'm surprised.
But it's not just that. It's the same with anyone like Asian. Just to say, if you're like a Sikh that converted, I know Sikhs that have gone through so much. Sikh converts that have gone so much trouble with their family compared to a white convert, like me, for example. They've had death threats. They've been kicked out and all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. But they don't get treated like, oh, it must have been really hard, like some white people do. So I think
death threats.
Yeah. I've
kicked out by their families.
Yeah.
Why would they hate their own family members for becoming Muslim?
I think there's a rivalry. Like that's what I was told. They just don't like Muslims. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. And I've heard anecdotes about other Sikh sisters as well, because they became Muslim, they wanted to marry a Muslim and all that sort of stuff. And like everyone has a different struggle, like with Islam. But I think there is a thing where we kind of lose our white privilege with the white people, but we don't lose it with the
within the ummah.
Yeah, within the ummah, and it's proper obvious, and it's mental. I remember I'm on like a halal foodie group on Facebook because I love my cooking, and I started like posting my stuff up there and things like that. And I got a private message from this sister, like, "Oh my God, are you Muslim?" I was like, "Yeah." And it was like, and she'd never thought that there could be a white Muslim. And then I was like, people are converting daily, like hundreds of people becoming Muslim like daily. What are you on about? And she was like, yeah. Well, you see like black people become Muslim, but it's not the same. It's mental. Like that's what she said. And I was like, why? Because I'm white. It's like, what does it matter what color of skin I've got? I mean, I think you might see more white faces in the Dawah in England, for example, because they want to reach out to the white community, and that makes sense. But there is this I think it's probably unconscious bias towards white reverts, definitely.
I think that the black reverts, big up to them, because they don't get the, when I obviously speaking to Issa Frimpong, for example, and comparing our journeys together, we did once, and when he converted to Islam, very lonely young guy, ended up going to a masjid where there's predominantly black Muslims because he didn't feel accepted elsewhere. Tries to get married, people were all saying no. Goes to Speaker's Corner, gets told he's a sellout by the blacks and also the Muslims. On both sides he was getting it. And you listen to his story, and what a beautiful brother. And it doesn't like, and then tallying up. I'm comparing my story to that. No comparison, man. No comparison.
Yeah. So Ben, I mean,
no, sorry. Very quick question then.
No worries.
You said that becoming Muslim, you lose your white privilege, but you gain it some ways amongst the Muslims.
No, you don't gain it. You keep it.
You keep it, okay.
With the non-white Muslims in the Ummah, yeah. So
have you had a situation where you've lost? Can you give an example, perhaps? Have you encountered something yourself where you've lost some white privilege in your everyday life?
Yeah, so like just things like getting shouted at on the street and stuff that I would have never got before because I'm not a part of the tribe anymore, if you know what I mean. So like the other day, during lockdown, I was walking around with my missus, and we got a new daughter, so we were giving her some fresh air in the pram, and just like a car full of chavs came over, like doing gun signs and shouting at us and stuff. You get like people, your friends, like half the people when they find out you become Muslim, they just drop off the phone and you don't hear from them again and stuff like that. Work meetings and stuff, it's just you're the odd one out, and it's this weird feeling where you didn't realize that you had it's the first experience you have of being the odd one out.
It's not being a fat guy in the gym.
Yeah, a little bit, but do you know what I mean? And it's not like I'm not proper like you might know, like I don't dress like Arab or anything. My name's not Muhammad. Just me. I just got a bit of a beard, but like loads of people have beards. You know what I mean? But I'm outwardly Muslim, and and it just becomes awkward in the room if people are watching what they're saying around me because they don't want to offend you and all that, or the other way around, they say snidey comments. I remember once I was on a work meeting during lockdown on Zoom, and I had my green screen up. I don't know I do YouTube or anything, but I had that up because I was like, because my wife, like, she only has to wear hijab outside, and she just doesn't want to wear it because she's indoors all day. So I'll just put the screen up so she can wear what she wants without worrying about what you guys think and stuff. And it was like it was a snidey remark about me controlling her and stuff. It's mental. So I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, bro. Like it's an experience of actually. It's probably nothing compared to what
basically you're being other.
Yeah, a little bit, but not overly. It's not like complete rejection. It's like the weirdo in the group sort of feel when normally it wouldn't be that. But I'm not like getting the violin now. I'm sure that people like that aren't white have a completely different experience than that, and maybe I'm just getting a mild thing. But yeah, you lose your like people conspire as well. They're like, oh, he gets another 5-minute break, does he? Because he's praying, things like stuff like that. It's just people with they've got a hard life or their life's not going well. They project onto others to make themselves feel big. So that's why you get stuff like that. I feel sorry for them more than anything, but yeah. Within the Ummah, as a white Muslim, you do get sometimes really negative stuff, and we've probably talked about that. We get a lot of white Muslims get that, oh, woe is me, oh, it's the first time the first time that someone's like outed me, and I'm not like, and we get our first time of feeling the outcast, but we get it in both communities because you got the cultural Muslims that don't really get like we've chose the religion and we want to do it properly, but we don't fit in with their cultural mindset, and they're just weirded out by you. And then you get the white people that are weirded out that you're Muslim, but that you don't understand that you're not dressed like an Arab and all that sort of stuff. So it's like this weird middle ground. But to be honest, people with people that are like have their head screwed on with the deen, it doesn't matter. None of that exists. So that's awesome. I know it's going off topic a bit, but exploring the Muslim community as once an outsider has been quite an interesting journey, to be honest. Because when you become Muslim, you start hanging out straight up with the people that practice Islam, and you assume that some people slip up, but they assume that most Muslims kind of practice Islam. They might not pray here and there, but then when me and Jordan went on TikTok, the stuff we saw, man, subhanallah, it was like, oh wow, yeah, I can see why.
Hijabi's twerking and
it's just
that's what G Block have been watching over the past couple of days.
Crazy.
Muslim women twerking. That's what they're looking for.
Is it? Yeah.
.com.
Yeah.
Muslim women twerking.com.
Is there a website with that name?
I don't know. I just said it. No one type it.
All right, then here's a question for you. Like, all right, so you guys are involved with a type of dawah, and it's called EF dawah.
Is it a cult? Is it a cult reactionary?
Yeah, I think some sort of.
What is a cult? Is a cult someone with a leader, right? Who's our leader?
That's a good question, Ralph. That is a good question. Let me think about that. I'll
I wonder what he'll say actually, because we know what it's like on the inside.
Yeah, that's why we need information from you, actually. Well, I was going to say, so you're involved in Dawah. You take part in these panels, or you watch them at least. Have you faced any sort of challenging questions or people that you thought, oh gosh, I haven't got a clue how to deal with this?
That's a good question. So obviously we watch the arena and things like that, and obviously some of the questions that Imran and Hamza deal with. Are you talking about on these sort of? I think there's different types of panels in it. Are you referring to like the
I mean, as in perhaps in real life or even on the channel.
Do you mean
where you're giving dawah, not other people?
Yeah. Like I see. Yeah,
so, for example, with me, I come online. I'm not prepared. I'll face somebody like Waiso, right? He'll bring me all the dalil, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just going off head, I'm kind of trying to use my common sense a lot.
To be honest, for me, example, I'm not all knowledgeable on hadith, all knowledgeable on every topic, and the way we're sort of the way you give dawah is really you've got to take it back to God. Do they believe in God or not? So whatever questions they're asking you, and if it was real sincere dawah, because if they don't believe in God, if they don't believe in a creator, what is the point in going through these hadiths with them?
Yeah,
I think explaining certain things with them. So is a quite a simple formula for dawah is going back to God, and if they believe that, then you go to the oneness of God, then you go to Revelation, so then you talk about the Quran, then you go to there's a formula that we use.
So there's also is the dawah for that individual person, or is it because it's online, the actual dawah is for the people watching, and that's the difference, and you take a different approach with that. Because sometimes it's like if it's individual dawah and someone's really not interested and they just want to pick a hole in something, so then you can tell it's about ego and they want a gotcha moment, and they don't want to take it back to the foundations. There's no point of talking to your mate. Do you know what I mean? Forget it. So I'll just cut it off. But if it's people watching and people might be having doubts and think you need to refute this thing, I'm going to be honest, guys. I avoid live streams that I know I won't have knowledge in, and I don't never claim that I have knowledge. And most of my content's just like kind of Muslim lifestyle stuff, and the common guy. That's just like I just bothered to put a camera on. Really, that's it. Do you know what I mean?
Did you watch Shamsi's recent interaction with these protesters?
I saw that.
Yeah.
How do you think he dealt with them? Would you have done anything differently?
I like Sham. I do like Shams, even though I've spoken about, obviously I publicly spoke about when he mentioned about Issa from Pong passing away, and that did annoy me and stuff like that. But we spoke about that off camera. But I do feel like Shamsi is he's very by the book. This is the deen. We don't adapt. We don't compromise the deen, and he's right. But I think there's certain hikmah still needs to be used. Turning up to a Palestine protest, doing what he did, and then I think also for me, telling a woman, you can't talk until you're wearing a hijab. Things like that they're just not. I don't know. It didn't look to me like it was the best way he could have dealt with it. But Shamsi, and Shamsi in many situations is the ideal person for dawah. But not that situation.
Yeah. A lot of
Sorry, explain why he's the ideal. Why is he ideal?
What's that?
Why is he the ideal person for dawah?
He's got a lot of knowledge.
I think he's the ideal guy to deal with an EDL person, him or Hamza. They're just like Rottweilers, aren't they? They're just like,
oh right, I get what you mean.
And also I think in some ways Shamsi is good at dealing with the liberal Muslims, but turning up to a protest where they're obviously passionately they're there. It's young people there about Palestine, and telling them it's haram, and then telling them they should be wearing a hijab and stuff. Even though that stuff might be right, there's probably a way of doing it.
Yeah, it's like going to a non-Muslim, and I don't know. It was for me. I had mixed feelings about it, and I, like you said, Jordan. If you see a group of teenagers or young adults, right? They're Muslim, and they're protesting Palestine, and you can kind of observe by their behavior and their look that they're not really practicing the deen fully. Then don't put them to a standard of someone that is practicing the deen fully. In fact, they probably need a nice conversation, an individual conversation. You probably want to ask them open questions about their life and that, and where they are on their journey before you go. Do you know what I mean? And say that. And that is good dawah, I think. But it's about. I only saw literally a clip of it, and this is why I don't want to talk too much about it, because there might be stuff that wasn't shown that I don't know about and stuff. But they I don't know why they were fully there and doing stuff. From what I saw, I think Shamsi knew in his heart that these people aren't really on the deen. So why would you bring them up to like protesting's haram? Well, there's loads of stuff they're literally doing right in front of you that's haram. So what? Yeah, get them praying first, mate. Get them doing the basics. Don't worry about that. So what I gave some advice to a new Muslim today, and because there's this weird thing with new Muslims, they get obsessed with the stuff that doesn't matter as much, or the stuff that's got a difference of opinions in. And it's like that anyone, and it's not just new Muslims, anyone that starts practicing the deen, they should fully focus on what's obligatory and what there's no difference opinion in. you know, before going into anything else or thinking about, oh, the dog's nudges, you know, and stuff like that. Oh, and there's difference of opinion. Oh, shall I roll my trousers up or down? You know, does it matter? Or is it, what does the hadith mean? Arrogance, mate. You're not praying yet. Pray first, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like it's just mental. So so it's the same sort of thing here. It's where there's the priority is different.
Like these people, these were young people. They were young. They got potential. Sorry, these were young people that could have been doing any other thing that day, right? They could have been going to the mall or Westfield Shopping Centre, you know, like doing something haram is what I mean. They could have been doing, but they chose to go and protest on behalf of people that they witnessed being oppressed.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not a good deed? Of course, it's a good deed. It's part of English culture. They may not be aware of Shamsi's opinion on the matter that his scholar says it's not allowed in their country, which doesn't apply to here, by the way. So I think that was a bit unfair, and I think that's part of the reason they were shocked. But also, he was justifying it by saying it's in the Quran or it's from the religion, and they're like, how can it be, right? So you're right. The first call should be to bring them to the religion, and if they were not Muslims, right, what would he say to them? What would be are you going to say to the non-Muslim woman who's a European and say, yeah, you're not wearing a hijab, so don't talk to me?
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to say that.
Yeah.
If they were a Muslim, he would have said, if I gave you £2 million for your eyes.
Yeah. So what's the elephant in the room is that there are, and this is what I meant by me and Jordan finding things on TikTok about the community, the Ummah. There's so many Muslims that are Muslim by name. They're literally the only thing they've got in that's Muslim or Islam is that they believe in God. And then families from a Muslim background, and they've got some Muslim culture stuff going on, but they will fully identify as Muslim. So they'll say, "No, I'm Muslim. I believe in the Quran," but yet none of their actual core beliefs are Islamic. And yeah, it's a bit naive to talk to someone about the fiqh issues like that. That there are different opinions with someone like that. Like, what are you doing, mate? Just this. But yeah, again, like I said, I only saw, I think it was like a 2-minute clip or less. I don't know what happened. And it was straight into the argument as well, where they were surrounding him. And I mean, if you put yourself in their shoes, they've probably not thought about the deen much, and the interactions they're getting with the deen, the uncles at the masjid like smacking them because they're not remembering the Quran, and then these guys coming over with thobes and stuff, looking like extremists in their head, telling them they're not allowed to do something that to them seems like justice, because that's what they believe is justice, is to express. That's what they can do. You know, like there's injustice happening, and they want to do something about it, and that's the way they know how to do something about it. It's just there's a deeper thing with that, and the thing is, I don't know. Like I said, do you guys know what happened? Why Shamsi and that were there, and things like that? Do you know?
Well, I believe, and I guess you're right that we don't know the context, but I believe it was to let them know that protesting's haram.
Really? So they went out. They went, right, guys, like a Dawah project. We're going to go out.
I doubt it. I think what probably happened is the protest was probably passing past their area in Shepherd's Bush, where they normally do a Dawah table, I'm guessing, and that's where the encounter happened. And they probably told them, don't go to the protest. Yeah, and at that point,
they protest against the protest.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know what, if that's the case, then I, if that is the case, I take what I said back, and I think, I guess that if they actually happen to be there accidentally catching each other and Shamsi's giving them advice, it's not like he's gone to a Palestine.
It might it could. Do you know what? It could have been that Shamsi said some comments like not gone out preaching to them, and then one person came over for conversation, and their mate came over, and then it all piled in, and then it was a full on became a debate, And that's what that might be what happened. We don't know, and this is why it's dangerous for us to go. Yeah, we should.
The handshaking thing was a mock. You know, when they started trying to shake his hand.
Well, again, they
mock that. It was a bit weird.
I don't think they know about it, bro. I don't think they know that. Yeah, honestly,
that wasn't a handshake like "Hello, how are you?" It was like, "Yeah, shake my hand." Then it was like we knew that they know he's not going to do it.
Okay, I thought that they just didn't know that was not cool in Islam.
You thought during an argument they just started shaking hands?
Yeah, no, because she went right. Let's end it then. All right, well, okay, fair play. Let's end on a nice way. That was the vibe at the end, and that's what like British people do, didn't they? All right, cool. We disagree, whatever. I still want to part on happy terms.
I've never done that with a woman, but yeah, I guess maybe I don't
know, mate. But yeah, it's things like this are really always so much more complicated than what we see.
Would you have shaked her hand? Sorry, would you have shaked her hand? Yeah.
No, I wouldn't have. But I wouldn't. Sure. I wouldn't have been.
It's easy to say from here, right? But in the moment, it can be difficult to avoid.
So I think in our journey in Islam, we kind of tackle things as they come, and I think in my experience. At the moment, I've that's one thing I've consciously tried to do, not do is shake a woman's hand, and it's been moments at work conferences where I've just said, so I can't shake people's hands, and I've had that conversation with people, so it's like I'm used to it now. So it's different. Like when it's like when you get put in that situation a lot, you got a lot of time to practice it. And back in the day, I would shake people's hands and go afterwards, what am I doing? Like that, but yeah, it's you just got to practice it. It's a bit awkward, but it can be opportunity to just talk about because I'm Muslim and let me explain, but I don't know, I wouldn't have been in that. I'm going to be honest, I don't like being in those situations anyway, like drama stuff in actual like big group arguments. You can see it's rubbish straight away. I don't get all emotional in that situation where people get all like livid and and that's why when I go to Speaker's Corner I'm like sneaking about watching rather than having a full-on debate, or having a chat.
That's what Reactionary does as well.
I don't even know what he looks like. I bet I've met him loads of times, and he's like, yeah.
I know what he looks like and where he's from and stuff, but I don't know, which I will never say because he's secretive. But
thank you, Jordan. Thank you.
But you got to be, haven't you, on the internet, especially on these sort of panels.
If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't be called Jordan M.
Yeah, that was a bit silly, wasn't it?
I just typed. I think I first came in with both names, and then I thought, maybe I'll take my surname off, and I just became M. And then I suddenly developed a YouTube channel. But I started my name and address.
Do you know what? This stream's really nice. It reminds me of a couple of years ago. When you started your YouTube channel up, and we used to go on different panels, and that's nice.
Look at this comment.
What was that?
Go back. Reactionary. Go back to RS's comment.
What you guys are doing is lying to each other on the reality. Sorry, but what is the disturbing issue is that those were kids in the future Islamic religion. Ask yourself with honesty. I'd actually get the comment now.
Jordan, I wish you could do it in RS Sid's actual voice. That would be a bit.
I'll be called
not in a Dave voice.
Racist, you do it, right?
Lewin, do it for us, bro.
Nah. What you guys are doing is lying to each other on the reality.
No, start again, bro. I didn't hear you.
I can't do it again. RS said, jump on, come on, jump on.
What he's making? I mean, he's right. He's right. It was disturbing. That is the future of Muslim. That when we were, like I say, we're on TikTok. You see young Muslims just not having a clue. But what do you do? It doesn't mean you go around screaming at them and slapping them.
I mean, it's about how they've been raised. It must be. They've not been taught about Islam at all. And they've not been taught of it as important and stuff, and it's really like I said, a lot of people our age that are born Muslim and practicing, they chose it. They weren't practicing at one point, and they've looked at the information and they've gone, right, I'm going to practice this religion. And they've been in a similar situation to us, where their family are now calling them Wahhabis and stuff because they've started actually praying. And you know, it happened with my wife. Like my wife's in that sort of situation. Yeah, it's just modern people in this world starting to practice Islam properly. As hard as we can, anyway. As much as we can.
I just need to clarify. Although I support Arsenal's comment on the screen, I'm not an Arsenal fan. Yeah, so don't get carried away in the chat there.
Reactionary is an og. Reactionary is an og.
See, Jordan is so out of touch with you know.
Maybe there's a word missing.
Language of the youth.
Is there a letter missing? Is there a letter missing?
No, it's 2 letters, mate.
It's OG.
I think OG stands for old git.
See, Jordan is the type of person to call the DVLA Duvla.
Yeah. Where is Duvla Insurance as well? There used to be a username.
Oh yeah, there was, wasn't there? Yeah. Oh, bro. Yeah, that's good stuff. So yeah, we noticed. Somebody I was talking to noticed a recent comment of yours somewhere, Jordan, was that I think I noticed it, actually. It was on here. You said, "When I get married." That's what you said in your words. When I get married, unless it was a fake Jordan.
Look at how it's been dissected. Like
you've done it now, mate. You've opened the door.
No, that was me. That was me. Well, should it have been an if? Should it? But I'm assuming. I guess I'm assuming I'm not going to die next week, inshallah. So I'm assuming that I will get married eventually.
God, what's the point of reaction?
Did I ever give the message that I was never ever getting married and I'm going to live the life of a?
Yeah. The impression that we used to get is that you hate women like to the extent of, they're just so annoying.
Live a single life as an og.
Yeah, you're happy with your doner kebab and you know.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, you know what? You're right. I probably exposed myself because I've been thinking about it. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. But that's as far as the conversation goes.
Yeah, Muzmatch.com, Jordan. Muzmatch.com.
Yeah. Have you got a profile on Muzmatch?
No one will marry me because I'm white, innit?
Sorry, can you answer the question, Jordan?
No. Loads of people want to marry you, but the dads don't want to marry them off.
Yeah. Have you got a Muzmatch profile?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right.
I know I did. Someone will find it and it will end up online.
Shall I make you one, Jordan?
Benikra's got a profile.
I did. Is it still on there?
I was joking.
Wait, reaction.
That's how I found my wife.
Your interests if you're finding Benikra.
That's how I found my wife on Muzmatch.
Found you. I'm wondering what reaction.
I want to ask a question. Was your wife Reba or born?
No, she's Pakistani. Pakistani.
You've got to tell us about how you found the wife on TikTok. Was it not TikTok?
Not TikTok, is Muzmatch.
Tell us how that happened.
Do you know what, bro? It's a bit of like it's a proper qadr of Allah. Honestly, it was so easy. It was so easy, and it shouldn't have been. Like my first couple of months on it was like it was really hard because it's like 70% of the people on there have no intention of getting married, and it's hard to go through. I was doing dawah loads. I was like trying to convince people to start praying, and one revert sister was well astray, and I actually brought her into the revert group that we got. And stuff like that. But alhamdulillah, it just happened. I think the big thing, like if anyone's listening to this and thinking about getting married via Muzmatch because they can't find a wife any other way, like traditional ways, you got to have a really good intention that you actually want to get married, and you don't just want to dip your toe in and see if what girls would be interested in you or stuff, and actually know what you need to do as a husband in Islam, and what a wife needs to do as a wife in Islam, and actually know what you want from a wife as well in a relationship.
Put me off again now.
Yeah. So I actually went mental. I went hardcore. I wrote a big list of all the things that I could offer in a marriage. And I went all black and white, Rain Man style, autistic style, no emotion. You know what I mean? And I wrote everything that I wanted, like that I could offer, like a woman in a marriage, and it was brutal as well. It was all the negatives as well, and then I did the same thing of what I would want from a wife, and I was really brutal and honest as well. And I wasn't like saying just writing down the perfect woman. It was like being realistic. Yeah, and I looked up and researched what marriage is in Islam and what it means and what the rights of a husband and a wife are. And I had chats with other with people that are married and what their experience with that is. So when I looked for a wife, that helped me like dodge any flirting or anything, like, so because when it didn't work out and it was like, okay, these things don't match, that if we're talking now, we're doing it for our own pleasure rather than for trying to find a wife or husband or whatever. So so that was good. Like, that was really good. It grounded me. It stopped me flirting or going back into my old ways before Islam and stuff. So yeah, so that's my tip.
There's not one called Minder, is there? Surely there's not a Minder.
What's that, like a Muslim Tinder?
Yeah, I remember Tinder back in the day. I didn't know there was a Minder.
Minder, brilliant.
I'm sorry, Ben. You said a lot of words there. I mean,
it didn't sink in.
So did you signed up to Muzmatch, right?
Yeah,
I'm guessing, and then I guess you had a list of criteria you were looking for. Did you use the filters in the app to do that, or?
No, do you what? I just the filters on the app, but I just like selected the religious stuff, like always praise and all that sort of stuff, and that's it. And yeah, that's it. I think I can't remember
how do you know there are filters for you? Actually, I didn't even know that. How do you know? You've been on it, haven't you?
No, I'm talking about no. What happens is
dipped his
the
toe
photographs will be very bright, so you use filters to sort of dim them, don't you? No.
What do you mean?
All right.
Bless him.
We all
gotta look for.
All right, I'm just pretending to be dumb then. No,
he's trying to get a revert. That's what it is. He's trying to get a little whitey.
They should put an option on the filters, say EF Dawah sister or not. So,
well, there is an option for like revert. Like, would you marry a revert, yes or no, sort of thing.
Okay.
Do you know what the biggest sorry, so I'm getting a massive echo from someone.
So you weren't looking for a revert then? You just put anything?
No, I didn't.
Just practicing is all you meant.
No, I didn't care if it was a revert. I didn't care what race or background. It was that wasn't on my list that I wrote out. So it's cool. It was about where they are in the deen, what they want from marriage. And the big part is like the emotional parts and the personality. So,
see, reactionary. You're not supposed to be racist.
So,
So, did you ask her if she wants to get married, or did you ask to speak to her father first? How did you go about it?
We both decided that we're both compatible, and we met up. So this is going to get personal now. Because of her family dynamics, Islamically, she hasn't got a wali, okay, because her dad didn't provide that. So we met up in public, in a coffee shop a few times just to have conversations, and it was like we literally met 4 times and then we got married. So once we knew, definitely, if we meet up again, this is just for fun. So we need to get married as soon as possible. As soon as we knew that we were going to get married, then that's when I contacted the dad. Even though the dad doesn't practice or anything like that, it was painful, man. It was horrible. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. It was really bad, and I learned about Pakistani culture that I never knew. Things behind the scenes. SubhanAllah. But Dr. Imran came with me.
Nice.
And he was my vouch. He was like, because he's a pillar of the community sort of thing, being a doctor, and he helped me out, and he helped me out with the cultural stuff as well.
Yeah, when I'm getting married, I'm gonna take reactionary with me.
I wouldn't do that.
Take me via the YouTube Hangouts and live stream it.
Yeah, just pull out my phone and I'll be like, "This is my vibe."
Oh, that's good stuff. So, how long did it take end to end? From initially signing up to,
it must have been 4 months. maybe. I don't know, to be honest, bro. Yeah, not long, man. It was really quick. But all the prep work, so all the actually deciding what I'd want and all that took a while. So if I were to be looking while learning those things and finding out what I want, I wasn't really looking for a wife. I was just dipping my toe in, and that wouldn't have been fair, and that wouldn't have been a good intention. Because we get married. Like the biggest reason I wanted to get married was because I wanted to like do it for Dean reasons. I wanted to complete half my Dean. There's one old school. I think I don't know if it was. It must have been a Jordan M late night stream, and we were talking about marriage on there, and Hamza was talking about his experience in married life as a Muslim, and it just inspired me so much. I was like, this is what I need, man. And alhamdulillah, man, we've been married 2 years now and we've got a kid. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, it's awesome.
So Ben, did you feel like you had to adopt any sort of like Pakistani like cultural things in your life?
Were you forced to join a grooming gang? You have to choose. Is it going to be Rotherham or Oxford?
Reactionary, man. What's wrong with you, bro, man? What is wrong with you, bro?
Only Hangouts people will understand. All right.
No, so my wife's British born, and there's not much culture there.
Yeah,
biryani is the most cultural we have. And
if you go to Oxford University, right? They'll ask you which college do you want to join, because it's got lots of colleges. Yeah. You know that, being from Oxford, right? So that's why I thought, imagine joining a Pakistani family, you have to choose which grooming gang.
You don't like Pakistanis either.
Rumor has it he's half Pakistani, so we'll have to confirm that later.
Yeah, inshallah. I love everybody, bro.
That was one of them inshallah, isn't it? One of them inshallah. That's never gonna happen.
So I mixed race, half Pakistani, half English, and just self hates.
We have one Eid we have a roast dinner, and the other Eid we have a biryani.
What'd you do for Christmas, mate? What'd you do for Christmas?
Okay, well, when you order a pizza, you can get half toppings on one side and half different toppings on the other side.
Yeah, you
don't have to wait for the next Eid, you know
that. do you not get invited to Christmas and that? Like, how do you not get around that?
Yeah, it's a good question, bro. So my family know I don't celebrate Christmas, but it's really annoying because when I had my daughter, they bought her loads of like clothes with like Santa on it and stuff, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Dad? No. Yeah, it's a bit, but I didn't say anything. I just kind of like put it in the drawer because it's just, that's another story about like having that journey with your family and letting them know what's going on. It's not wise to.
The rumor is that Reactionaries never missed the Queen's speech, 3 p.m. every Christmas.
Land of hope.
Rumor is Reactionary.
Doesn't everybody do that?
Reactionary was in mourning when Philip died. That's why he's been off the scene for a couple of months.
So isn't that right? His Royal Highness Prince Philip. Put some respect on his name, fam.
Sorry, Reactionary. Sorry.
But yeah, that's why I always read the Daily Mail, because the top 3 articles will always be about the royal family.
Were you part of the Prince Philip movement, Reactionary?
What's that?
You know that cult that worshipped him as a
oh yeah, the Papua New Guinea one.
Yeah. Were you part of that as a Reactionary? Or?
Oh gosh, no.
Oh, you didn't know about it, did you? Otherwise, you would have been.
He's signing up now tomorrow.
I was really sad actually when he died that there was like clips of the tribe like just like distort because their gods died. It's mental, isn't it?
Yeah. I watched that. That was quite crazy.
That reminds me of when the Ewoks
yeah, it's fun long. They just like something good happened after he left and they thought it was him. So yeah, it's mental.
I remember Michael Aspel. Does anybody know who that is?
This Is Your Life guy?
Yeah. And Antiques Roadshow and a few other shows. This guy, he done a documentary with like BBC4 or one of these channels some years back, where he went to discover all of his children that he's had from so many different mothers. and it was like 25 children, all of them famous celebrities.
Marshall.
And he was signing a photograph of himself to send to this tribe in India that worships him. Yeah, they had their own little tree and this own little shrine set up for Michael Aspel.
Wow.
Weird.
Yeah.
What was their
we've been blessed, bro. We've been blessed with guidance. Huh?
Why were they worshipping him? Just because he was English?
Yeah, maybe because he sends them a few pounds every year. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So it might be that it was just like, so with the Papua New Guinea tribe and Prince Philip, it was because like they had crop failure or hunting, like bad hunting seasons after season, and he came in and it just got better, and they thought that Prince Philip was it was like, you know, when like, so they thought if we pray to him, then we keep this good, and it did. It was good, and it was obviously a completely different reason. But they'll learn now. Now he's dead. Or maybe they'll still worship him as I know he's dead, isn't it? Man, it's crazy. But it's probably that sort of stuff. And then you see. So I hear an echo 1 minute. So then you when you know those conspiracy theories like the Egyptians, these men guards, and all that sort of stuff, and you can see these tribes now worshiping literally men that are on the telly. And it's like it's just what people do. That's just what people do when they're misguided, and they have superstition.
Yeah, there's a word for it, but I just can't remember it. Someone told me once that back in the day, people used to pray for the sun to rise, and they believed that their prayers would make the sun rise.
Can I ask you guys a question? I think it's quite interesting.
Go on.
You know, you've got these parties that are always emerging. You've got this Jada Franson party. You've got the EDL. You've got the Monster Raving Looney party. You even got Nico Omilana, this YouTuber.
I love Nico. Pick up the NDL.
Yeah. So the question I've got is, do you see any potential for a Muslim party, like the British Muslim Party or something like that?
There was one, wasn't there, like a while ago?
That's what I was told.
Yeah, that was before my time. I don't think that will happen, bro.
Do you think that would cause more division than anything? Or?
Yeah, it would, and it's who would actually take the initiative to do that. So at the moment, a lot of his Muslims don't like. A lot of practicing Muslims don't really vote. You know, and it's like it's one of those controversial subjects as well. Is it fine to like make a part? You know what I mean? So I just don't see it happening at all in Britain. No, I think what's more likely is people just going to give dawah, and it's more of a spiritual thing, spreading spiritual Islam rather than a political system. And it matters what they want from that as well. What do they mean? But what was it called, man? I remember it. I remember looking into it.
You got a Muslim Mary actually.
It wasn't the BMP, was it? The British Muslim Party.
Do you want this in Norfolk? There's this like Sufi order, right? And they've got this commune, and they set one up. Basically, they set one up. They got together with like the United. What are they called, man? The British Muslim. I'm gonna have to Google it, guys.
Muslim Council of Britain, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. They got together with that, and then they created a party, but it just went under. I remember watching because I was basically researching like reverts in history in the UK, and that came up with that. So yeah.
Jordan, I just remembered something actually. You know, remember that time Brother Isa, rahimahullah, when he asked the question that, you know, that dilemma, you can save a Muslim or a kafir, which one are you going to save? Do you remember that?
Yeah, like it was yesterday.
Now the question, well, I've got another perspective of looking at it.
Do you disagree?
I'm not going to take a position, but I'm going to ask a question that can help us maybe look at it slightly differently. Okay, so if you say, so we got that makes sense. It was quite a, not a shock. It was a good surprise when you heard that option. You save the disbeliever, The Muslim, inshallah, is going to Jannah, but the disbeliever has a chance to become Muslim.
I thought you were going to say you don't necessarily know the Muslim's going to Jannah. But I guess in that paradigm Isa's talking about, it is a Muslim that's going to Jannah, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we believe he'll die as a Muslim, and inshallah, even if he goes to Jahannam, he will eventually go to Jannah. There, So then the question is, let's look at it from an alternative perspective, and that is, the disbeliever, you save him, but you don't know his future. He may continue in disbelief, right? He's already an ungrateful person to Allah. He may continue to be ungrateful. A lot of people, when they're in the depths of darkness, in the ocean, on a boat, they'll remember God at that point. Or when Allah rescues them and brings them to earth, back to earth, they'll forget, right, and act as though God wasn't there. So then that's a potential outcome. But also, if you save the Muslim, every single time that person prays or does any good deed from that point on,
a good deed,
you get the reward without him losing the reward. So that's also a potential better outcome as well.
I guess before you said that, I was going to say that because even if the non-Muslim doesn't become Muslim, you're still going to get, your intention is for dawah to make them Muslim, so you're still going to get rewarded for that, aren't you? Muslim's going to go to Jannah, and you saving the non-Muslim, even if he carries on in his disbelief, you've made the intention that you're saving this person to give them dawah. But I agree with you. I guess you could look at it,
and you're saving the Muslim to help him do more good deeds, right? To be with his children, and we don't want a Muslim orphan, so to speak. I don't know. There's alternatives to it.
Yeah, I guess equally that Muslim. I mean, you can go through all the paradigms. That Muslim may then save him, and he may come out, may lose his deen.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's a good dilemma. I think at the time as well, Isa was at Speaker's Corner doing dawah, so you probably had that in mind.
Yeah, it's a beautiful dawah message, isn't it? And it kind of breaks the barrier of this. As Muslims, we only care about other Muslims. That shows real care to the non-Muslim, doesn't it? As well as care to the Muslim.
The Muslim is thinking, what about me? You left me to die.
Where's the brotherhood?
Where's the brotherhood? I'm leaving this thing.
Yeah. Imagine what he's shouting as he's falling down in the cliff.
Yeah. He's making takfir as he's falling down.
Becomes a racist Muslim on the way down.
Jordan, bro, you're killing me tonight. Okay, so that's good. Well,
Can I ask you brothers a question?
Yeah, of course, man.
Do you think the majority of reverts are male, or female?
70% female is the stat.
Really?
Yeah, it's mostly female.
I think if you imagine,
male.
Some of it's for marriage, because Muslim women have to convert.
Oh, right.
But so if you take EF Dawah as like, if I'm just doing anecdotes of people I've met and stuff, there's so many more sisters become Muslim.
Wow, alhamdulillah.
The most in my community, the most active groups are sisters. There's loads of revert sisters.
Why am I saying alhamdulillah as if they're converting for my benefit?
But because Islam is this oppressive religion to women, or that stat kind of smashes that a bit, doesn't it? When so many women are coming to
alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. I mean, women have it harder as well when they become Muslim.
What you got to say to that, Sid, eh?
Who is he? This person?
But he's very unhappy. Whoever he's very unhappy. Everything we're saying, we're lying.
Sid, you hate Islam, you hate Muslims. Why are you even here, bro?
That's weird. The mentality of it, I just don't get.
Ben, you don't know RS Sid? Are you joking?
No, I don't. I don't hang out in these places as much anymore.
He bursts onto the scene by flashing cash around, and in my experience, those are the people that are normally the ones that don't have a lot of money.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
One day me and Sid had a little confrontation. He was telling me about how what was the argument again? He was saying that Bilal was never set free. He was always kept as a slave. I said to him, bring me the proof, bring me the deal. I will delete my YouTube account and I'll never appear on YouTube ever again.
You said Bilal was a slave till he died, up until he died.
Yeah.
Someone said that on EF Tower, didn't they?
Yeah, but like, how can you get married then? How can you have how can a slave have a wife?
Yeah, it's stupid. It's like proper.
Wait.
Was this Speaker's Corner? Was this Mohammed Hijab? And I can't remember, man. I'm getting tired, guys. I'm gonna go. Actually, it's well late. I've got to go to the zoo tomorrow. Family day.
Don't you live at home anymore?
You looking for a second wife?
I'm going on mute.
Say no, I'm looking for your first one then.
Oh, mate. Burn. All right, guys. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Ben.
Lovely chatting to you guys.
And you, bro. Walaikum salam. Jordan's gonna get violated now by EF Tower crew tomorrow.
Yeah.
They don't know about this corner of the internet.
Stream. He's a troll.
Yeah, they don't know about this corner of the internet, bro. Just don't tell them; they won't know.
You don't want them to know, do you? I wouldn't wish this to people.
We're in like the bottom, like cesspit part of the internet.
the gutter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially that G Block channel. That's mad.
Yeah, that is a proper, like, you thought Real McGee was bad back in the day, or Real Maggie, whatever it was. G Block has taken the biscuit.
Oh, Jordan,
go on.
You know he's back, yeah? That Real.
Yeah.
He's back. He's back at the park. He's back doing streams.
He's back, you said?
Yeah,
is
he? Unfortunately, yeah.
Wow. I thought Respect finished him. That's what I thought. I never know how bad he just, I don't know, I don't want to really speak without knowledge about him, but I couldn't go near his panel, the stuff that was going on his, and then you sort of find out about his character, about the some of the stuff that's gone on in his life. Yeah, I don't know.
He cares about dogs.
His mum was Muslim. Or is Muslim.
MashaAllah.
Yeah.
And she was a fan of Ali Dawah as well.
Wow.
Big up to Real's mum.
Yeah.
MashaAllah. You spoke to Respect at all recently, or you know how he is?
Yeah, I do keep in touch, mostly on a weekly sort of basis.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's got stuff going on, I guess. I think the YouTube's taken a back seat, which I think is a good thing, man. I mean,
definitely.
And I think the other stuff he's doing, like with the Forever Family, and I think that's good stuff. And I think
very admirable what he's doing.
I think there's a lot of people, especially around these streams and stuff, that will try and drag him back down.
There's always going to be negative people, but that's doing the right thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
you're always going to get that. Yeah, he's doing the right. He's doing good, man. Respect, really well. So I don't even know the guy, but I just feel proud of him, man. I just feel like, well done, man. Someone actually done something. Do you know what I mean? It's not just talking. Just you've got.
You do know him. Like, that's what's interesting. Look how much time you spend with people online that you've never met in person, right? And
I've never had any.
Their families, huh?
I've never had any like in-depth kind of like conversations with the guy. Like, I just know him from his online persona. Like, I don't really know him in person. I wouldn't assume to know something. You know what I mean? People are deeper than what
you spend hours talking to the man night after night. How do you not know him?
Nah, who, me? Don't be silly.
Not just you, everyone. Like, we all interact with each other. We've got some idea of each other's personalities, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
But you never really know anybody online, innit? It's all.
It's an illusion.
Yeah, we know that EF Dow was a cult.
Like,
we know
you're just familiar with them, and you assume that you know them. People got a lot of things going on in their lives, man. They've got a lot of struggles.
Do you think some people come on almost as a persona or an avatar, though? You sort of come on as a character. Or do you think
like your picture on your profile?
Yeah, maybe me. Do you can you hide your true character online, or does it come out eventually?
You mean generally?
I just think it's a very two-dimensional platform. I think you're not really going to get around the picture of something.
Yeah.
You can hide it to an extent, I think, but in the reality is people spend hours and hours online, right? So on either on a live stream or in the Discord or in those hangouts. Do you remember when Raspek's channel used to go live for like 12 hours straight, and then he'll go live again? So you can't put a persona on for that long. Your true personality is going to come out.
Raspek's one of these people you can tell.
Everybody's got a persona. Like, you're not all artificially putting it on.
Yeah. But Raspek's someone, and he's him an example. He's not just a panelist, is he? He puts himself out there, on the front line, whether it's at Speaker's Corner or. So you really get to see his character.
And the emotion he puts forward is it's a bit too much to be fake, I think.
I'm not suggesting he's a fake person. I'm saying he's a lot deeper, and he probably has a lot more struggles going on in his life than he's actually revealing online. He's not going to come on and show you what he's really like going through. Like, you're just getting the happy raps, isn't it? Like, you're not getting.
The thing is, we see a lot of the beefs and stuff, but I won't give details. But Raspek's, for example, he's a family man looking after kids and stuff. He's a good dad, and he's a decent guy. And I've met him a few times now off camera, and we used to meet up quite a lot with Issa as well when he was around. And me, Raspek would have a sort of every Friday we'd go and eat over there in East London, Tinseltown it was, halal burgers.
Yeah.
Man, Issa could eat, but yeah. So these are all I can say is they're genuine people, and I don't know if I can't vouch for many people though on these online streets.
What a wonderful person Issa was, eh? The impact he had. SubhanAllah.
Yeah. His janazah was packed with non-Muslim women wearing hijabs. It says it all in it. They stuck on the hijab out of respect, but they didn't want to miss his janazah.
SubhanAllah. Yeah, man.
So someone that could connect with Muslims and non-Muslims and be unashamedly Muslim.
Jordan, sorry to ask, but what did Issa, God rest his soul, what did he die of?
So I know, so on his death certificate there was COVID, but it was heart attack. So whether the COVID, I don't think the COVID was put down as the reason. I think he had it. Me, him, and Raspek were supposed to break the lockdown rules a few days before and go and eat. Yeah, we were going to meet up. It was during Ramadan, so we were going to break fast because we hadn't. And we were just going to meet up, three of us. But he called up, coughing on the phone, saying, "Sorry, guys, I can't make it. I don't feel well." And that's the last we heard of him. So he was. All I can say, he was coughing, and COVID was on his death certificate. But I think heart attack was what he had. I mean, he was a big lad, but he was young. He was big, but he didn't seem unhealthy.
Yeah,
he was only like 30 years old.
Yeah.
Are you? Is anybody sort of in touch with his family? Do we know how his daughter is and stuff like that?
Yeah. So me, Raspek, speak to his father-in-law every so often. Who I think even like a year after, they were still struggling because he's not replaceable, is he? He's just the father described Issa when he was talking about him. He said he treated my daughter like a queen, and I don't really know many father-in-laws that would say that about their daughter's husband.
Yeah,
but Issa was that guy. He was that guy that would have treated her like a queen.
Yeah.
Well, if the mother-in-law said that, then you'd be surprised. It's the mother-in-laws that normally don't get on. But no, that's good.
Mashallah, we did a lot of fundraising. Ali Dawah did as well, so that the family had a bit of comfort. They have to worry about the janazah and things like that. It was all taken care of, and I think Ali Dawah. Yeah, we're planning. We were going to go to Ghana. Is it Ghana?
Yeah, Ghana.
Yeah, we were going to go to Ghana to build a well, I think, but COVID stopped it. But that's on the cards. I think Raspet's going to come as well. If we can all get together, we'll go out there to Ghana.
Brilliant.
That would be amazing. And if you guys could do some sort of live streaming from there as well, that would be good too. I don't know how the internet connection is out there, though, but it should be good.
Yeah.
Ghana's, from what I hear, Ghana's is popping. There's a lot of stuff happening there.
Yeah. You're just going to troll the live stream, though, reactionary.
You're going to have to get your job done, Jordan.
I'll find Kilowatt and send him to do that.
You're going to have to get a job done.
I better not meet that Kilowatt in person ever. I've had one jab.
Okay.
Have you had your vaccine jab?
I've had the first one. The second one's in August.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, one jab and one uppercut.
I had a bit of a dead arm for a day, but that was it. What's going to happen, reactionary? Bits of my body going to start falling off.
No, you're right. You got the white privilege, Jordan. You got white privilege.
I have not taken it, and I'm trying to avoid taking it if I can.
I understand the skepticism with the vaccine. Of course I do. It's not been properly tested and stuff. I get it. I took the choice to take it.
Did you take the AstraZeneca one or the Pfizer one, Jordan?
Pfizer.
See, there's the white privilege, isn't it?
You know why you took the Pfizer?
The AstraZeneca one gives the blood clots, isn't it?
You know why? The real reason we know the real reason you took the Pfizer one, Jordan.
What's the real reason?
You're
made in a white country?
No. What company makes Viagra?
Why are you asking me?
Pfizer.
No, I'm just kidding.
Does it?
Yeah, that's the company that made the Viagra.
Is it expensive?
Viagra.
See, Jordan's trying to get back at me now.
What dosage do you require?
Not sure, bro.
Anyway.
That shit will give you a heart attack, man. Not healthy. Can't take it. I heard that bodybuilders take it.
Bodybuilders take Viagra?
Yeah, some of them doing it. They do it to train. They train with it, isn't it? Train on it.
The hell? Was it increased blood flow, maybe? Anyway.
Don't get those biceps for no reason, bro.
Yo, brothers, it's a pleasure having you all on. And
you're kicking us up? Are you kicking us up? Actually, say
what time is Fajr today?
Just be real.
It's either in now or it's coming up. So.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
So with that, I'm gonna respectfully close down the show and thank all of the guests. Big up to Jordan M. And so you notice how I said Jordan M's name before everyone else.
Yeah. It's because he's celebrity status.
Because he's white, right?
Khan's white.
Celebrity.
Oh, another thing. You notice how the predominant topic on all of the YouTube channels constantly is what? It's race. About race. Yeah. Interesting. Why is that? I get sick of it.
There are certain panelists here that seem to not have anything else to talk about other than that, isn't it? They can't. Who's that German guy? What's his name?
Elron.
Like, there's no personality there other than race, is there? He doesn't talk about anything else.
Nothing else, bro.
Every topic, it comes back to because he's white, and white people are better than everyone else.
I got him once to admit, interestingly, that there's a Muslim convert in Germany. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. His name is Piers Vogel. And he does street dawah. And he's got so many people converting to Islam. It's like And Elron's watched his videos and he actually likes him. I couldn't believe it when he told me he likes him. So yeah, next time you see him, talk to him about it. Have a look.
Is it like a cult, the dawah he's doing?
Well, that's what the German government seems to think. They're a bit worried about him because he's got such a big.
I imagine they wouldn't worry.
He's a funny guy. Elron's a funny guy. He's always talking about the millions of Turks living in Germany and how they refuse to assimilate. And then he's like, "My best friend's Turkish." You're just a nut up. Just get out of here.
What was that guy's name, Jordan? What was his name? Oh gosh, Vinnie Sullivan. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That day,
that day you went on a panel and cried.
Jordan, that infamous day, Jordan. Right?
Vinny,
do you remember?
Vinny's like, I don't care.
That infamous day, Jordan, right, is when Vinnie Sullivan was saying his best friends are Turkish. Right?
Yeah.
So, Khan, if you ever speak to Vinnie Sullivan, tell him you're Turkish and you want to know who his friends are.
I think I've really upset Rashid this morning. My apologies about questioning your money. I know it's a soft spot. I think.
Oh no, don't worry about him. He's just a troll. He's got nothing better to do.
By the way,
60-year-old millionaire that's always on bloody YouTube.
Jordan.
Yeah.
You see the word he wrote. He said, "Jordan." First of all, are you involved with? You see that those three letters? They're pronounced separately. Yeah, they're pronounced separately, not as one word.
Nego. What's he calling?
Nego.
Man's calling me racist things in the chat.
Yes, brother. All right. So anyway, sorry to keep you. Thanks for jumping on, and big up everyone. May Allah bless you all and give us all Jannah, and save us all from the hellfire. And bless Brother Isa and his family who's left behind.
Amen.
And if anybody needs anyone to talk to, or is feeling a bit down, just contact Jordan M. Contact Jordan M. He's taking. Just drop a little super chat. And
can you end the stream now? I don't take super chats. Everything goes to Yemen. Don't give me any money.
Why Yemen, bro? That's a bit discriminatory. There's other countries in the world, bro.
Yeah, but Yemen, 24 million people in starvation. It's the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. So it has to be Yemen.
Is it really that bad? Honestly, is that true?
Yeah. All their reserves are bombed, isn't it? They can't get food in. It's in a terrible way, Yemen.
SubhanAllah. Yeah. I don't know what to say, bruv. We'll just make dua and fix ourselves up, fix our families up, and then our communities.
Pick up the cult.
Yes. Jordan, do you want to big up the Reactionary channel?
Yeah. Like and subscribe to Reactionary channel. I love it how he goes through the news in the morning.
You got to big him up on your channel as well, Jordan. You got to big him up on your channel.
I send everyone over to here. Next time I'm on, I'll put in my community feed. I'm in this channel. Come and join.
Yeah, 100%.
No, bro. I don't want my viewership diluted. I want like organic growth. Thank you very much.
But does that mean without white people?
All right. Anyway, that's it. We'll leave it there for today. Go get some doner kebab, Jordan, and speak again soon, I hope.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum salam, everyone. Take care.